Section 1 of Confessions, volumes 3 and 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 3 and 4. By Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 1. Volume 3. Leaving the service of Madame de Vercellis nearly as I had entered it, I returned to my former hostess, and remained there 5 or 6 weeks, during which time health, youth, and laziness frequently rendered my temperament importunate. I was restless, absent, and thoughtful. I wept and sighed for a happiness I had no idea of, though at the same time highly sensible of some deficiency. This situation is indescribable. Few men can even form any conception of it, because in general they have prevented that plenitude of life, at once tormenting and delicious. My thoughts were incessantly occupied with girls and women, but in a manner peculiar to myself. These ideas kept my senses in a perpetual and disagreeable activity, though fortunately they did not point out the means of deliverance. I would have given my life to have met with a Mademoiselle Goton, but the time was past in which the play of infancy predominated. Increase of years had introduced shame, the inseparable companion of a conscious deviation from rectitude, which so confirmed my natural timidity as to render it invincible; and never, either at that time or since, could I prevail on myself to offer a proposition favorable to my wishes, unless in a manner constrained to it by previous advances, even with those whose scruples I had no cause to dread. My stay at Madame de Vercellis's had procured me some acquaintance, which I thought might be serviceable to me, and therefore wished to retain. Among others, I sometimes visited a Savoyard abbe, Monsieur Gaime, who was tutor to the Count de Melarede's children. He was young, and not much known, but possessed an excellent cultivated understanding, with great probity, and was altogether one of the best men I ever knew. He was incapable of doing me the service I then stood most in need of, not having sufficient interest to procure me a situation, but from him I reaped advantages far more precious, which have been useful to me through life, lessons of pure morality and maxims of sound judgment. In the successive order of my inclinations and ideas, I had ever been too high or too low, Achilles or Thersites, sometimes a hero, at others a villain. Monsieur Gaime took pains to make me properly acquainted with myself, without sparing or giving me too much discouragement. He spoke in advantageous terms of my disposition and talents, adding that he foresaw obstacles which would prevent my profiting by them. Thus, according to him, they were to serve less as steps by which I should mount to fortune than as resources which might enable me to exist without one. He gave me a true picture of human life, of which hitherto I had formed but a very erroneous idea, teaching me that a man of understanding, though destined to experience adverse fortune, might by skilful management arrive at happiness; that there was no true felicity without virtue, which was practicable in every situation. He greatly diminished my admiration of grandeur, by proving that those in a superior situation are neither better nor happier than those they command. One of his maxims has frequently returned to my memory. It was, that if we could truly read the hearts of others, we should feel more inclination to descend than rise. This reflection, the truth of which is striking without extravagance, I have found of great utility in the various exigencies of my life, as it tended to make me satisfied with my condition. He gave me the first just conception of relative duties, which my high flown imagination had ever pictured in extremes, making me sensible that the enthusiasm of sublime virtues is of little use in society, that while endeavoring to rise too high, we are in danger of falling, and that a virtuous and uniform discharge of little duties requires as great a degree of fortitude as actions which are called heroic, and would at the same time procure more honor and happiness; that it was infinitely more desirable to possess the lasting esteem of those about us, than at intervals to attract admiration. In properly arranging the various duties between man and man, it was necessary to ascend to principles. The step I had recently taken, and of which my present situation was the consequence, naturally led us to speak of religion. It will easily be conceived that the honest M. Gaime was in a great measure the original of the Savoyard vicar, prudence only obliging him to deliver his sentiments on certain points with more caution and reserve, and explain himself with less freedom; but his sentiments and counsels were the same, not even excepting his advice to return to my country. All was precisely as I have given it to the public. Dwelling no longer, therefore, on conversations which everyone may see the substance of, I shall only add that these wise instructions, though they did not produce an immediate effect, were as so many seeds of virtue and religion in my heart, which were never rooted out, and only required the fostering cares of friendship to bring to maturity. Though my conversation was not very sincere, I was affected by his discourses, and far from being weary, was pleased with them on account of their clearness and simplicity, but above all because his heart seemed interested in what he said. My disposition is naturally tender. I have ever been less attached to people for the good they have really done me than for that they designed to do, and my feelings in this particular have seldom misled me. Thus I truly esteemed M. Gaime. I was in a manner his second disciple, which even at that time was of inestimable service in turning me from a propensity to vice into which my idleness was leading me. One day, when I least expected it, I was sent for by the Count de la Roque. Having frequently called at his house, without being able to speak with him, I grew weary, and supposing he had either forgot me or retained some unfavorable impression of me, returned no more. But I was mistaken in both these conjectures. He had more than once witnessed the pleasure I took in fulfilling my duty to his aunt. He had even mentioned it to her, and afterwards spoke of it, when I no longer thought of it myself. He received me graciously, saying that instead of amusing me with useless promises, he had sought to place me to advantage, that he had succeeded, and would put me in a way to better my situation, but the rest must depend on myself; that the family into which he should introduce me, being both powerful and esteemed, I should need no other patrons, and though at first on the footing of a servant, I might be assured that if my conduct and sentiments were found above that station, I should not long remain in it. The end of this discourse cruelly disappointed the brilliant hopes the beginning had inspired. What, forever a footman? Said I to myself, with a bitterness which confidence presently effaced, for I felt myself too superior to that situation to fear long remaining there. He took me to the Comte de Gauvon, master of horse to the Queen, and chief of the illustrious house of Solars. The air of dignity conspicuous in this respectable old man rendered the affability with which he received me yet more interesting. He questioned me with evident interest, and I replied with sincerity. He then told the Count de la Roque that my features were agreeable and promised intellect, which he believed I was not deficient in, but that was not enough, and time must show the rest. After which, turning to me, he said, "Child, almost all situations are attended with difficulties in the beginning. Yours, however, shall not have too great a portion of them. Be prudent, and endeavor to please everyone. That will be almost your only employment. For the rest, fear nothing, you shall be taken care of." Immediately after, he went to the Marquise de Breil, his daughter-in-law, to whom he presented me, and then to the Abbe de Gauvon, his son. I was elated with this beginning, as I knew enough of the world already to conclude that so much ceremony is not generally used at the reception of a footman. In fact, I was not treated like one. I dined at the steward's table, did not wear a livery, and the Comte de Favria, a giddy youth, having commanded me to get behind his coach, his grandfather ordered that I should get behind no coach, nor follow any one out of the house. Meantime I waited at table, and did within doors the business of a footman, but I did it, as it were, of my own free will, without being appointed to any particular service, and except writing some letters which were dictated to me, and cutting out some ornaments for the Comte de Favria, I was almost the absolute master of my time. This trial of my discretion, which I did not then perceive, was certainly very dangerous and not very humane; for in this state of idleness I might have contracted vices which I should not otherwise have given into. Fortunately it did not produce that effect. My memory retained the lessons of M. Gaime; they had made an impression on my heart, and I sometimes escaped from the house of my patron to obtain a repetition of them. I believe those who saw me going out, apparently by stealth, had no conception of my business. Nothing could be more prudent than the advice he gave me respecting my conduct. My beginning was admirable; so much attention, assiduity, and zeal had charmed everyone. The Abbe Gaime advised me to moderate this first ardor, lest I should relax, and that relaxation should be considered as neglect. "Your setting out," said he, "is the rule of what will be expected of you. Endeavor gradually to increase your attentions, but be cautious how you diminish them." As they paid but little attention to my trifling talents, and supposed I possessed no more than nature had given me, there was no appearance, notwithstanding the promises of Count de Gauvon, of my meeting with any particular consideration. Some objects of more consequence had intervened. The Marquis de Breil, son of the Count de Gauvon, was then ambassador at Vienna. Some circumstances had occurred at that court, which for some weeks kept the family in continual agitation, and left them no time to think of me. Meantime I had relaxed but little in my attentions, though one object in the family did me both good and harm, making me more secure from exterior dissipation, but less attentive to my duty. End of Section 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 2 of Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 2. Mademoiselle de Breil was about my own age, tolerably handsome, and very fair complexioned, with black hair, which, notwithstanding, gave her features that air of softness so natural to the flaxen, and which my heart could never resist. The court dress, so favorable to youth, showed her fine neck and shape to advantage, and the mourning which was then worn seemed to add to her beauty. It will be said, a domestic should not take notice of these things. I was certainly to blame, yet I perceived all this, nor was I the only one. The maitre d'hotel and valet de chambre spoke of her sometimes at table with a vulgarity that pained me extremely. My head, however, was not sufficiently turned to allow of my being entirely in love. I did not forget myself or my situation. I loved to see Mademoiselle de Breil, to hear her utter anything that marked wit, sense, or good humor. My ambition, confined to a desire of waiting on her, never exceeded its just rights. At table I was ever attentive to make the most of them. If her footman quitted her chair, I instantly supplied his place. In default of this, I stood facing her, seeking in her eyes what she was about to ask for, and watching the moment to change her plate. What would I not have given to hear her command, to have her look at or speak the smallest word to me? But no, I had the mortification to be beneath her regard. She did not even perceive I was there. Her brother, who frequently spoke to me while at table, having one day said something which I did not consider obliging, I made him so arch and well turned an answer that it drew her attention. She cast her eyes upon me, and this glance was sufficient to fill me with transport. The next day, a second occasion presented itself, which I fortunately made use of. A great dinner was given, and I saw with astonishment, for the first time, the maitre d'hotel waiting at table, with a sword by his side and hat on his head. By chance, the discourse turned on the motto of the house of Solar, which was with the arms worked in the tapestry, Tel fier qui ne tue pas. As the Piedmontese are not in general very perfect in the French language, they found fault with the orthography, saying that in the word fiert there should be no t. The old Comte de Gauvon was going to reply, when happening to cast his eyes on me, he perceived I smiled without daring to say anything. He immediately ordered me to speak my opinion. I then said, I did not think the t superfluous, fier being an old French word, not derived from ferus, proud, threatening, but from the verb ferit, he strikes, he wounds. The motto, therefore, did not appear to mean some threat, but some strike who do not kill. The whole company fixed their eyes on me, then on each other, without speaking a word. Never was a greater degree of astonishment. But what most flattered me was an air of satisfaction which I perceived on the countenance of Mademoiselle de Breil. This scornful lady deigned to cast on me a second look, at least as valuable as the former, and turning to her grandfather, appeared to wait with impatience for the praise that was due to me, and which he fully bestowed, with such apparent satisfaction that it was eagerly chorused by the whole table. This interval was short, but delightful in many respects. It was one of those moments, so rarely met with, which place things in their natural order, and revenge depressed merit for the injuries of fortune. Some minutes after, Mademoiselle de Breil again raised her eyes, desiring me with a voice of timid affability to give her some drink. It will easily be supposed I did not let her wait, but advancing towards her, I was seized with such a trembling, that having filled the glass too full, I spilled some of the water on her plate, and even on herself. Her brother asked me giddily why I trembled thus. This question increased my confusion, while the face of Mademoiselle de Breil was suffused with a crimson blush. Here ended the romance. Where it may be remarked, as with Madame Basile and others in the continuation of my life, that I was not fortunate in the conclusion of my amours. In vain I placed myself in the antechamber of Madame de Breil, I could not obtain one mark of attention from her daughter. She went in and out without looking at me, nor had I the confidence to raise my eyes to her. I was even so foolishly stupid, that one day, on dropping her glove as she passed, instead of seizing and covering it with kisses, as I would gladly have done, I did not dare to quit my place, but suffered it to be taken up by a great booby of a footman, whom I could willingly have knocked down for his officiousness. To complete my timidity, I perceived I had not the good fortune to please Madame de Breil. She not only never ordered, but even rejected my services, and having twice found me in her antechamber, asked me dryly if I had nothing to do. I was obliged therefore to renounce this dear antechamber. At first it caused me some uneasiness, but other things intervening, I presently thought no more of it. The disdain of Madame de Breil was fully compensated by the kindness of her father in law, who at length began to think of me. The evening after the entertainment I have already mentioned, he had a conversation with me that lasted half an hour, which appeared to satisfy him and absolutely enchanted me. This good man had less sense than Madame de Vercellis, but possessed more feeling. I therefore succeeded much better with him. He bade me attach myself to his son, the Abbe Gauvon, who had an esteem for me, which, if I took care to cultivate, might be serviceable in furnishing me with what was necessary to complete their views for my future establishment. The next morning I flew to Monsieur the Abbe, who did not receive me as a servant, but made me sit by his fireside, and questioned me with great affability. He soon found that my education, which had attempted many things, had completed none. But observing that I understood something of Latin, he undertook to teach me more, and appointed me to attend him every morning. Thus, by one of the whimsicalities which have marked the whole course of my life, at once above and below my natural situation, I was pupil and footman in the same house, and though in servitude, had a preceptor whose birth entitled him to supply that place only to the children of kings. The Abbe de Gauvon was a younger son, and designed by his family for a bishopric, for which reason his studies had been pursued further than is usual with people of quality. He had been sent to the University of Siena, where he had resided some years, and from whence he had brought a good portion of Cruscantism, designing to be that at Turin which the Abbe de Dangeau was formerly at Paris. Being disgusted with theology, he gave in to the belles lettres, which is very frequent in Italy with those who have entered the career of prelacy. He had studied the poets, and wrote tolerable Latin and Italian verses. In a word, his taste was calculated to form mine, and give some order to that chaos of insignificant trash with which my brain was encumbered. But whether my prating had misled him, or that he could not support the trouble of teaching the elementary parts of Latin, he put me at first too high, and I had scarcely translated a few fables of Phaedrus before he put me into Virgil, where I could hardly understand anything. It will be seen hereafter that I was destined frequently to learn Latin, but never to attain it. I labored with assiduity, and the abbe bestowed his attention with a degree of kindness, the remembrance of which, even at this time, both interests and softens me. I passed the greater part of the morning with him, as much for my own instruction as his service; not that he ever permitted me to perform any menial office, but to copy or write from his dictating; and my employment of secretary was more useful than that of scholar, and by this means I not only learned the Italian in its utmost purity, but also acquired a taste for literature, and some discernment of composition, which could not have been at La Tribu's, and which was useful to me when I afterwards wrote alone. At this period of my life, without being romantic, I might reasonably have indulged the hope of preferment. The abbe, thoroughly pleased with me, expressed his satisfaction to every one, while his father had such a singular affection for me, that I was assured by the Comte de Favria that he had spoken of me to the king. Even Madame de Breil had laid aside her disdainful looks. In short, I was a general favorite, which gave great jealousy to the other servants, who, seeing me honored by the instructions of their master's son, were persuaded I should not remain their equal. As far as I could judge by some words dropped at random, and which I reflected on afterwards, it appeared to me that the house of Solar, wishing to run the career of embassies, and hoping perhaps in time to arrive at the ministry, wished to provide themselves with a person of merit and talents, who, depending entirely on them, might obtain their confidence and be of essential service. This project of the Comte de Gauvon was judicious, magnanimous, and truly worthy of a powerful nobleman, equally provident and generous. But besides my not seeing at that time its full extent, it was far too rational for my brain, and required too much confinement. My ridiculous ambition sought for fortune in the midst of brilliant adventures, and not finding one woman in all this scheme, it appeared tedious, painful, and melancholy; though I should rather have thought it more honorable on this account, as the species of merit generally patronized by women is certainly less worthy than I was supposed to possess. Everything succeeded to my wish. I had obtained, almost forced, the esteem of all. The trial was over, and I was universally considered as a young man with flattering prospects, who was not at present in his proper sphere, but was expected soon to reach it. But my place was not assigned to me by man, and I was to reach it by very difficult paths. I now come to one of those characteristic traits which are so natural to me, and which, indeed, the reader might have observed without this reflection. Section 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 3 of Confessions, volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 3. There were at Turin several new converts of my own stamp, whom I neither liked nor wished to see, but I had met with some Genevese who were not of this description, and among others a Monsieur Mussard, nicknamed Wryneck, a miniature painter and a distant relation. This Monsieur Mussard, having learned my situation at the Count de Gauvon's, came to see me, with another Genevese named Bacle, who had been my comrade during my apprenticeship. This Bacle was a very sprightly, amusing young fellow, full of lively sallies, which at his time of life appeared extremely agreeable. At once, then, behold me delighted with Monsieur Bacle, charmed to such a degree that I found it impossible to quit him. He was shortly to depart for Geneva. What a loss had I to sustain! I felt the whole force of it, and resolving to make the best use of this precious interval, I determined not to leave him, or rather he never quitted me, for my head was not yet sufficiently turned to think of quitting the house without leave. But it was soon perceived that he engrossed my whole time, and he was accordingly forbid the house. This so incensed me, that forgetting everything but my friend Bacle, I went neither to the abbe nor the count, and was no longer to be found at home. I paid no attention to repeated reprimands, and at length was threatened with dismissal. This threat was my ruin, as it suggested the idea that it was not absolutely necessary that Bacle should depart alone. From that moment I could think of no other pleasure, no other situation or happiness than taking this journey. To render the felicity still more complete, at the end of it, though at an immense distance, I pictured to myself Madame de Warrens; for as to returning to Geneva, it never entered into my imagination. The hills, fields, brooks, and villages incessantly succeeded each other with new charms, and this delightful jaunt seemed worthy to absorb my whole existence. Memory recalled with inexpressible pleasure how charming the country had appeared in coming to Turin. What then must it be, when to the pleasure of independence should be added the company of a good humored comrade of my own age and disposition, without any constraint or obligation, but free to go or stay as we pleased? Would it not be madness to sacrifice the prospect of so much felicity to projects of ambition, slow and difficult in their execution, and uncertain in their event? But even supposing them realized, and in their utmost splendor, they were not worth 1/4 of an hour of the sweet pleasure and liberty of youth. Full of these wise conclusions, I conducted myself so improperly, that, not indeed without some trouble, I got myself dismissed. For on my return one night, the maitre d'hotel gave me warning on the part of the Count. This was exactly what I wanted; for feeling, spite of myself, the extravagance of my conduct, I wished to excuse it by the addition of injustice and ingratitude, by throwing the blame on others, and sheltering myself under the idea of necessity. I was told the Count de Favria wished to speak with me the next morning before my departure; but being sensible that my head was so far turned as to render it possible for me to disobey the injunction, the maitre d'hotel declined paying the money designed me, and which certainly I had very ill earned, till after this visit; for my kind patrons being unwilling to place me in the situation of a footman, I had not any fixed wages. The Count de Favria, though young and giddy, talked to me on this occasion in the most sensible and serious manner. I might add, if it would not be thought vain, with the utmost tenderness. He reminded me in the most flattering terms of the cares of his uncle and intentions of his grandfather. After having drawn in lively colors what I was sacrificing to ruin, he offered to make my peace, without stipulating any conditions, but that I should no more see the worthless fellow who had seduced me. It was so apparent that he did not say all this of himself, that notwithstanding my blind stupidity, I powerfully felt the kindness of my good old master. But the dear journey was too firmly printed on my imagination for any consideration to balance the charm. Bereft of understanding, firm to my purpose, I hardened myself against conviction, and arrogantly answered, that as they had thought fit to give me warning, I had resolved to take it, and conceived it was now too late to retract, since, whatever might happen to me, I was fully resolved not to be driven a second time from the same house. The Count, justly irritated, bestowed on me some names which I deserved, and putting me out of his apartment by the shoulders, shut the door on me. I departed triumphant, as if I had gained the greatest victory, and fearful of sustaining a second combat, even had the ingratitude to leave the house without thanking the abbe for his kindness. To form a just conception of my delirium at that moment, the excess to which my heart is subject to be heated by the most trifling incidents, and the ardor with which my imagination seizes on the most attractive objects, should be conceived. At these times, plans the most ridiculous, childish, and void of sense flatter my favorite idea, and persuade me that it is reasonable to sacrifice everything to the possession of it. Would it be believed that when near 19 any one could be so stupid as to build his hopes of future subsistence on an empty phial? For example, The Abbe de Gauvon had made me a present some weeks before of a very pretty heron fountain, with which I was highly delighted. Playing with this toy, and speaking of our departure, the sage Bacle and myself thought it might be of infinite advantage, and enable us to lengthen our journey. What in the world was so curious as a heron fountain? This idea was the foundation on which we built our future fortune. We were to assemble the country people in every village we might pass through, and delight them with the sight of it, when feasting and good cheer would be sure to pour on us abundantly. For we were both firmly persuaded that provisions could cost nothing to those who grew and gathered them, and if they did not stuff travelers, it was downright ill nature. We pictured in all parts entertainments and weddings, reckoning that without any expense but wind from our lungs and the water of our fountain, we should be maintained through Piedmont, Savoy, France, and indeed all the world over. There was no end to our projected travels, and we immediately directed our course northward, rather for the pleasure of crossing the Alps than from a supposed necessity of being obliged to stop at any place. Such was the plan on which I set out, abandoning without regret my preceptors, studies, and hopes, with the almost certain attainment of a fortune, to lead the life of a real vagabond. Farewell to the capital, adieu to the court, ambition, love, the fair, and all the great adventures into which hope had led me during the preceding year. I departed with my fountain and my friend Bacle, a purse lightly furnished, but a heart overflowing with pleasure, and only thinking how to enjoy the extensive felicity which I supposed my project encircled. This extravagant journey was performed almost as agreeably as I had expected, though not exactly on the same plan. Not but our fountain highly amused the hostess and servants for some minutes at all the alehouses where we halted, yet we found it equally necessary to pay on our departure. But that gave us no concern, as we never thought of depending on it entirely until our money should be expended. An accident spared us that trouble. Our fountain was broken near Bramant, and in good time, for we both felt, without daring to own it to each other, that we began to be weary of it. This misfortune rendered us gayer than ever. We laughed heartily at our giddiness in having forgotten that our clothes and shoes would wear out, or trusting to renew them by the play of our fountain. We continued our journey as merrily as we had begun it, only drawing faster towards that termination where our drained purses made it necessary for us to arrive. At Chambéry I became pensive, not for the folly I had committed, for never did any one think less of the past, but on account of the reception I should meet with from Madame de Warrens. For I looked on her house as my paternal home. I had written her an account of my reception at the Count de Gauvon's. She knew my expectancies, and in congratulating me on my good fortune, had added some wise lessons on the return I ought to make for the kindness with which they treated me. She looked on my fortune as already made, if not destroyed by my own negligence. What then would she say on my arrival? For it never entered my mind that she might shut the door against me, but I dreaded the uneasiness I might give her. I dreaded her reproaches, to me more wounding than want. I resolved to bear all in silence, and if possible to appease her. I now saw nothing but Madame de Warrens in the whole universe, and to live in disgrace with her was impossible. I was most concerned about my companion, whom I did not wish to offend, and feared I should not easily get rid of. I prefaced this separation by an affected coldness during the last day's journey. The droll understood me perfectly. In fact, he was rather giddy than deficient in point of sense. I expected he would have been hurt at my inconstancy, but I was quite mistaken. Nothing affected my friend Bacle, for hardly had we set foot in town on our arrival in Annecy, before he said, "You are now at home," embraced, bade me adieu, turned on his heel, and disappeared. Nor have I ever heard of him since. End of Section 3. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 4 of Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 4. How did my heart beat as I approached the habitation of Madame de Warrens! My legs trembled under me, my eyes were clouded with a mist, I neither saw, heard, nor recollected any one, and was obliged frequently to stop that I might draw breath, and recall my bewildered senses. Was it fear of not obtaining that succor I stood in need of, which agitated me to this degree? At the age I then was, does the fear of perishing with hunger give such alarms? No. I declare with as much truth as pride, that it was not in the power of interest or indigence, at any period of my life, to expand or contract my heart. In the course of a painful life, memorable for its vicissitudes, frequently destitute of an asylum, and without bread, I have contemplated with equal indifference both opulence and misery. In want I might have begged or stolen, as others have done, but never could feel distress at being reduced to such necessities. Few men have grieved more than myself, few have shed so many tears, yet never did poverty, or the fear of falling into it, make me heave a sigh or moisten my eyelids. My soul, in despite of fortune, has only been sensible of real good and evil which did not depend on her, and frequently, when in possession of everything that could make life pleasing, I have been the most miserable of mortals. The first glance of Madame de Warrens banished all my fears. My heart leapt at the sound of her voice. I threw myself at her feet, and in transports of the most lively joy, pressed my lips upon her hand. I am ignorant whether she had received any recent information of me. I discovered but little surprise on her countenance, and no sorrow. "Poor child!" said she, in an affectionate tone, "art thou here again? I knew you were too young for this journey. I am very glad, however, that it did not turn out so bad as I apprehended." She then made me recount my history. It was not long, and I did it faithfully, suppressing only some trifling circumstances, but on the whole neither sparing nor excusing myself. The question was where I could lodge. She consulted her maid on this point. I hardly dared to breathe during the deliberation. But when I heard I was to sleep in the house, I could scarce contain my joy, and saw the little bundle I brought with me carried into my destined apartment with much the same sensations as Saint Preux saw his chaise put up at Madame de Volmar's. To complete all, I had the satisfaction to find that this favor was not to be transitory; for at a moment when they thought me attentive to something else, I heard Madame de Warrens say: "They may talk as they please, but since Providence has sent him back, I am determined not to abandon him." Behold me, then, established at her house. Not, however, that I date the happiest days of my life from this period, but this served to prepare me for them. Though that sensibility of heart which enables us truly to enjoy our being is the work of nature, and perhaps a mere effect of organization, yet it requires situations to unfold itself, and without a certain concurrence of favorable circumstances, a man born with the most acute sensibility may go out of the world without ever having been acquainted with his own temperament. This was my case till that time, and such perhaps it might have remained had I never known Madame de Warrens, or even having known her, had I not remained with her long enough to contract that pleasing habit of affectionate sentiments with which she inspired me. I dare affirm that those who only love do not feel the most charming sensations we are capable of. I am acquainted with another sentiment, less impetuous, but 1,000 times more delightful, sometimes joined with love, but frequently separated from it. This feeling is not simply friendship; it is more enchanting, more tender. Nor do I imagine it can exist between persons of the same sex; at least, I have been truly a friend, if ever a man was, and yet never experienced it in that kind. This distinction is not sufficiently clear, but will become so hereafter. Sentiments are only distinguishable by their effects. Madame de Warrens inhabited an old house, but large enough to have a handsome spare apartment, which she made her drawing room. I now occupied this chamber, which was in the passage I have before mentioned as the place of our first meeting. Beyond the brook and gardens was a prospect of the country, which was by no means uninteresting to the young inhabitant, being the first time, since my residence at Bossey, that I had seen anything before my windows but walls, roofs, or the dirty street. How pleasing then was this novelty! It helped to increase the tenderness of my disposition, for I looked on this charming landscape as the gift of my dear patroness, who I could almost fancy had placed it there on purpose for me. Peaceably seated, my eyes pursued her amidst the flowers and the verdure. Her charms seemed to me confounded with those of the spring. My heart, till now contracted, here found means to expand itself, and my sighs exhaled freely in this charming retreat. The magnificence I had been accustomed to at Turin was not to be found at Madame de Warrens, but in lieu of it there was neatness, regularity, and a patriarchal abundance, which is seldom attached to pompous ostentation. She had very little plate, no china, no game in her kitchen, or foreign wines in her cellar, but both were well furnished and at every one's service, and her coffee, though served in earthenware cups, was excellent. Whoever came to her house was invited to dine there, and never did laborer, messenger, or traveler depart without refreshment. Her family consisted of a pretty chambermaid from Fribourg, named Merceret, a valet from her own country, called Claude Anet, of whom I shall speak hereafter, a cook, and 2 hired chairmen when she visited, which seldom happened. This was a great deal to be done out of 2,000 livres a year, yet with good management it might have been sufficient, in a country where land is extremely good and money very scarce. Unfortunately, economy was never her favorite virtue. She contracted debts, paid them. Thus her money passed from hand to hand like a weaver's shuttle, and quickly disappeared. The arrangement of her housekeeping was exactly what I should have chosen, and I shared it with satisfaction. I was least pleased with the necessity of remaining too long at table. Madame de Warrens was so much incommoded with the first smell of soup or meat as almost to occasion fainting. From this she slowly recovered, talking meantime, and never attempting to eat for the first half hour. I could have dined thrice in the time, and had ever finished my meal long before she began. I then ate again for company, and though by this means I usually dined twice, felt no inconvenience from it. In short, I was perfectly at my ease, and the happier as my situation required no care. Not being at this time instructed in the state of her finances, I supposed her means were adequate to her expense, and though I afterwards found the same abundance, yet when instructed in her real situation, finding her pension ever anticipated prevented me from enjoying the same tranquillity. Foresight with me has always embittered enjoyment. In vain I saw the approach of misfortunes, I was never the more likely to avoid them. From the first moment of our meeting, the softest familiarity was established between us, and in the same degree it continued during the rest of her life. Child was my name, Mamma was hers, and child and mamma we have ever continued, even after a number of years had almost effaced the apparent difference of age between us. I think those names convey an exact idea of our behavior, the simplicity of our manners, and above all the similarity of our dispositions. To me she was the tenderest of mothers, ever preferring my welfare to her own pleasure; and if my own satisfaction found some interest in my attachment to her, it was not to change its nature, but only to render it more exquisite, and infatuate me with the charm of having a mother young and handsome, whom I was delighted to caress. I say literally to caress, for never did it enter into her imagination to deny me the tenderest maternal kisses and endearments, or into my heart to abuse them. It will be said, at length our connection was of a different kind. I confess it, but have patience, that will come in its turn. The sudden sight of her on our first interview was the only truly passionate moment she ever inspired me with, and even that was principally the work of surprise. With her I had neither transports nor desires, but remained in a ravishing calm, sensible of a happiness I could not define, and thus could I have passed my whole life, or even eternity, without feeling an instant of uneasiness. She was the only person with whom I never experienced that want of conversation which to me is so painful to endure. Our tete-a-tete were rather an inexhaustible chat than conversation, which could only conclude from interruption. So far from finding discourse difficult, I rather thought it a hardship to be silent, unless, when contemplating her projects, she sunk into a reverie, when I silently let her meditate, and gazing on her was the happiest of men. I had another singular fancy, which was that, without pretending to the favor of a tete-a-tete, I was perpetually seeking occasion to form them, enjoying such opportunities with rapture; and when importunate visitors broke in upon us, no matter whether it was man or woman, I went out murmuring, not being able to remain a secondary object in her company. Then, counting the minutes in her antechamber, I used to curse these eternal visitors, thinking it inconceivable how they could find so much to say, because I had still more. If ever I felt the full force of my attachment, it was when I did not see her. When in her presence, I was only content; when absent, my uneasiness reached almost to melancholy, and a wish to live with her gave me emotions of tenderness even to tears. Never shall I forget one great holiday, while she was at vespers, when I took a walk out of the city, my heart full of her image, and the ardent wish to pass my life with her. I could easily enough see that at present this was impossible, that the happiness I enjoyed would be of short duration, and this idea gave to my contemplations a tincture of melancholy, which, however, was not gloomy, but tempered with a flattering hope. The ringing of bells, which ever particularly affects me, the singing of birds, the fineness of the day, the beauty of the landscape, the scattered country houses, among which in idea I placed our future dwelling, altogether struck me with an impression so lively, tender, melancholy, and powerful, that I saw myself in ecstasy transported into that happy time and abode, where my heart, possessing all the felicity it could desire, might taste it with raptures inexpressible. End of section 4. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 5 of Confessions, volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 5. I never recollect to have enjoyed the future with such force of illusion as at that time. And what has particularly struck me in the recollection of this reverie is that when realized, I found my situation exactly as I had imagined it. If ever waking dream had an appearance of a prophetic vision, it was assuredly this. I was only deceived in its imaginary duration, for days, years, and life itself passed ideally in perfect tranquillity, while the reality lasted but a moment. Alas! My most durable happiness was but as a dream, which I had no sooner had a glimpse of than I instantly awoke. I know not when I should have done, if I was to enter into a detail of all the follies that affection for my dear Madame de Warrens made me commit. When absent from her, how often have I kissed the bed on a supposition that she had slept there; the curtains and all the furniture of my chamber, on recollecting they were hers, and that her charming hands had touched them; nay, the floor itself, when I considered she had walked there. Sometimes, even in her presence, extravagancies escaped me, which only the most violent passions seemed capable of inspiring. In a word, there was but one essential difference to distinguish me from an absolute lover, and that particular renders my situation almost inconceivable. I had returned from Italy, not absolutely as I went there, but as no one of my age perhaps ever did before, being equally unacquainted with women. My ardent constitution had found resources in those means by which youth of my disposition sometimes preserve their purity at the expense of health, vigor, and frequently of life itself. My local situation should likewise be considered. Living with a pretty woman, cherishing her image in the bottom of my heart, seeing her during the whole day, At night surrounded with objects that recalled her incessantly to my remembrance, and sleeping in the bed where I knew she had slept. What a situation! Who can read this without supposing me on the brink of the grave? But quite the contrary. That which might have ruined me acted as a preservative, at least for a time. Intoxicated with the charm of living with her, with the ardent desire of passing my life there, absent or present, I saw in her a tender mother, an amiable sister, a respected friend, but nothing more. Meantime her image filled my heart, and left room for no other object. The extreme tenderness with which she inspired me excluded every other woman from my consideration, and preserved me from the whole sex. In a word, I was virtuous because I loved her. Let these particulars, which I recount but indifferently, be considered, and then let any one judge what kind of attachment I had for her. For my part, all I can say is that if it hitherto appears extraordinary, it will appear much more so in the sequel. My time passed in the most agreeable manner, though occupied in a way which was by no means calculated to please me, such as having projects to digest, bills to write fair, receipts to transcribe, herbs to pick, drugs to pound, or distillations to attend. And in the midst of all this came crowds of travellers, beggars, and visitors of all denominations. Sometimes it was necessary to converse at the same time with a soldier, an apothecary, a prebendary, a fine lady, and a lay brother. I grumbled, swore, and wished all this troublesome medley at the devil, while she seemed to enjoy it, laughing at my chagrin till the tears ran down her cheeks. What excited her mirth still more was to see that my anger was increased by not being able myself to refrain from laughter. These little intervals, in which I enjoyed the pleasure of grumbling, were charming, and if, during the dispute, another importunate visitor arrived, she would add to her amusement by maliciously prolonging the visit, meantime casting glances at me for which I could almost have beat her. Nor could she without difficulty refrain from laughter on seeing my constrained politeness, though every moment glancing at her the look of a fury, while even in spite of myself I thought the scene truly diverting. All this, without being pleasing in itself, contributed to amuse, because it made up a part of a life which I thought delightful. Nothing that was performed around me, nothing that I was obliged to do, suited my taste, but everything suited my heart, and I believe, at length, I should have liked the study of medicine, had not my natural distaste to it perpetually engaged us in whimsical scenes that prevented my thinking of it in a serious light. It was perhaps the first time that this art produced mirth. I pretended to distinguish a physical book by its smell, and what was more diverting was seldom mistaken. Madame de Warrens made me taste the most nauseous drugs. In vain I ran or endeavored to defend myself. Spite of resistance or wry faces, spite of my struggles or even of my teeth, when I saw her charming fingers approach my lips, I was obliged to give up the contest. When shut up in an apartment with all her medical apparatus, anyone who heard us running and shouting amidst peals of laughter would rather have imagined we had been acting a farce than preparing opiates or elixirs. My time, however, was not entirely passed in these fooleries. In the apartment which I occupied, I found a few books. There was the Spectator, Puffendorf, Saint Evremont, and the Henriade. Though I had not my old passion for books, yet I amused myself with reading a part of them. The Spectator was particularly pleasing and serviceable to me. The Abbé de Gauvon had taught me to read less eagerly and with a greater degree of attention, which rendered my studies more serviceable. I accustomed myself to reflect on elocution and the elegance of composition, exercising myself in discerning pure French from my provincial idiom. For example, I corrected an orthographical fault, which I had in common with all Genevese, by these two lines of the Henriade: Soit qu'un ancien respect pour le sang de leur maître parlât encore pour lui dans le cœur de ses traîtres. I was struck with the word parlât, and found a T was necessary to form the third person of the subjunctive, whereas I had always written and pronounced it parla, as in the present of the indicative. Sometimes my studies were the subject of conversation with Madame de Warrens. Sometimes I read to her, in which I found great satisfaction; and as I endeavored to read well, it was extremely serviceable to me. I have already observed that her mind was cultivated, her understanding was at this time in its meridian. Several people of learning, having been assiduous to ingratiate themselves, had taught her to distinguish works of merit; but her taste, if I may so express myself, was rather Protestant, ever speaking warmly of Belle, and highly esteeming Saint Evremont, though long since almost forgotten in France. But this did not prevent her from having a taste for literature, or expressing her thoughts with elegance. She had been brought up with polite company, and coming young to Savoy, by associating with people of the best fashion, had lost the affected manners of her own country, where the ladies mistake wit for sense, and only speak in epigram. Though she had seen the court but superficially, that glance was sufficient to give her a competent idea of it; and notwithstanding secret jealousies and the murmurs excited by her conduct and running in debt, she ever preserved friends there, and never lost her pension. She knew the world and was useful. This was her favorite theme in our conversations, and was directly opposite to my chimerical ideas, though the kind of instruction I particularly had occasion for. We read La Bruyere together; he pleased her more than La Rochefoucauld, who is a dull, melancholy author, particularly to youth, who are not fond of contemplating man as he really is. In moralizing, she sometimes bewildered herself by the length of her discourses, but by kissing her lips or hand from time to time, I was easily consoled, and never found them wearisome. End of section 5. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 6 of Confessions, volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Section 6. This life was too delightful to be lasting. I felt this, and the uneasiness that thought gave me was the only thing that disturbed my enjoyment. Even in playfulness she studied my disposition, observed and interrogated me, forming projects for my future fortune, which I could readily have dispensed with. Happily, it was not sufficient to know my disposition, inclinations, and talents; it was likewise necessary to find a situation in which they would be useful, and this was not the work of a day. Even the prejudices this good woman had conceived in favor of my merit put off the time of calling it into action, by rendering her more difficult in the choice of means. Thus, thanks to the good opinion she entertained of me, everything answered to my wish. But a change soon happened which put a period to my tranquillity. A relation of Madame de Warrens, named Monsieur d'Aubonne, came to see her. A man of great understanding and intrigue, being like her fond of projects, though careful not to ruin himself by them. He had offered Cardinal Fleury a very compact plan for a lottery, which, however, had not been approved of, and he was now going to propose it to the court of Turin, where it was accepted and put into execution. He remained some time at Annecy, where he fell in love with the intendant's lady, who was very amiable, much to my taste, and the only person I saw with pleasure at the house of Madame de Warrens. Monsieur d'Aubonne saw me. I was strongly recommended by his relation. He promised therefore to question and see what I was fit for, and if he found me capable, to seek me a situation. Madame de Warrens sent me to him 2 or 3 mornings, under pretence of messages, without acquainting me with her real intention. He spoke to me gaily on various subjects, without any appearance of observation. His familiarity presently set me talking, which by his cheerful and jesting manner he encouraged without restraint. I was absolutely charmed with him. The result of his observations was, that notwithstanding the animation of my countenance and promising exterior, if not absolutely silly, I was a lad of very little sense, and without ideas of learning; in fine, very ignorant in all respects, and if I could arrive at being curate of some village, it was the utmost honor I ought ever to aspire to. Such was the account he gave of me to Madame de Warrens. This was not the first time such an opinion had been formed of me, neither was it the last, the judgment of M. Masseron having been repeatedly confirmed. The cause of these opinions is too much connected with my character not to need a particular explanation, for it will not be supposed that I can in conscience subscribe to them, and with all possible impartiality, whatever M. Masseron, M. d'Aubonne, and many others may have said, I cannot help thinking them mistaken. Two things very opposite unite in me, and in a manner which I cannot myself conceive. My disposition is extremely ardent, my passions lively and impetuous, yet my ideas are produced slowly, with great embarrassment, and after much afterthought. It might be said my heart and understanding do not belong to the same individual. A sentiment takes possession of my soul with the rapidity of lightning, but instead of illuminating, it dazzles and confounds me. I feel all, but see nothing. I am warm, but stupid. To think I must be cool. What is astonishing, my conception is clear and penetrating, if not hurried. I can make excellent impromptus at leisure, but on the instant could never say or do anything worth notice. I could hold a tolerable conversation by the post, as they say the Spaniards play at chess; and when I read that anecdote of a Duke of Savoy, who turned himself round while on a journey to cry out, "A votre gorge, marchand de Paris," I said, here is a trait of my character. This slowness of thought, joined to vivacity of feeling, I am not only sensible of in conversation, but even alone. When I write, my ideas are arranged with the utmost difficulty. They glance on my imagination and ferment till they discompose, heat, and bring on a palpitation. During this state of agitation, I see nothing properly, cannot write a single word, and must wait till it is over. Insensibly the agitation subsides, the chaos acquires form, and each circumstance takes its proper place. Have you never seen an opera in Italy, where during the change of scene everything is in confusion, the decorations are intermingled, and anyone would suppose that all would be overthrown? Yet by little and little everything is arranged, nothing appears wanting, and we feel surprised to see the tumult succeeded by the most delightful spectacle. This is a resemblance of what passes in my brain when I attempt to write. Had I always waited till that confusion was past, and then painted in their natural beauties the objects that had presented themselves, few authors would have surpassed me. Thence arises the extreme difficulty I find in writing. My manuscripts, blotted, scratched, and scarcely legible, attest the trouble they cost me; nor is there one of them but I have been obliged to transcribe 4 or 5 times before it went to press. Never could I do anything when placed at a table, pen in hand. It must be walking among the rocks, or in the woods. It is at night in my bed, during my wakeful hours, that I compose. It may be judged how slowly, particularly for a man who has not the advantage of verbal memory, and never in his life could retain by heart 6 verses. Some of my periods I have turned and returned in my head 5 or 6 nights before they were fit to be put to paper. Thus it is that I succeed better in works that require laborious attention than those that appear more trivial, such as letters, in which I could never succeed, and being obliged to write one is to me a serious punishment. Nor can I express my thoughts on the most trivial subjects without it costing me hours of fatigue. If I write immediately what strikes me, my letter is a long, confused, unconnected string of expressions, which, when read, can hardly be understood. It is not only painful to me to give language to my ideas, but even to receive them. I have studied mankind, and think myself a tolerable observer, yet I know nothing from what I see, but all from what I remember, nor have I understanding except in my recollections. From all that is said, from all that passes in my presence, I feel nothing, conceive nothing, the exterior sign being all that strikes me. Afterwards it returns to my remembrance. I recollect the place, the time, the manner, the look and gesture. Not a circumstance escapes me. It is then, from what has been done or said, that I imagine what has been thought, and I have rarely found myself mistaken. So little master of my understanding when alone, let any one judge what I must be in conversation, where to speak with any degree of ease, you must think of 1,000 things at the same time. The bare idea that I should forget something material would be sufficient to intimidate me. Nor can I comprehend how people can have the confidence to converse in large companies, where each word must pass in review before so many, and where it would be requisite to know their several characters and histories to avoid saying what might give offence. In this particular, those who frequent the world would have a great advantage, as they know better where to be silent, and can speak with greater confidence. Yet even they sometimes let fall absurdities. In what predicament then must he be who drops, as it were, from the clouds? It is almost impossible he should speak 10 minutes with impunity. In a tete-a-tete there is a still worse inconvenience, that is, the necessity of talking perpetually, at least the necessity of answering when spoken to, and keeping up the conversation when the other is silent. This insupportable constraint is alone sufficient to disgust me with variety, for I cannot form an idea of a greater torment than being obliged to speak continually without time for recollection. I know not whether it proceeds from my mortal hatred of all constraint, but if I am obliged to speak, I infallibly talk nonsense. What is still worse, instead of learning how to be silent when I have absolutely nothing to say, It is generally at such times that I have a violent inclination, and endeavoring to pay my debt of conversation as speedily as possible, I hastily gabble a number of words without ideas, happy when they only chance to mean nothing, thus endeavoring to conquer or hide my incapacity. I rarely fail to show it. I think I have said enough to show that, though not a fool, I have frequently passed for one, even among people capable of judging. This was the more vexatious as my physiognomy and eyes promised otherwise, and expectation being frustrated, my stupidity appeared the more shocking. This detail, which a particular occasion gave birth to, will not be useless in the sequel, being a key to many of my actions which might otherwise appear unaccountable, and have been attributed to a savage humor I do not possess. I love society as much as any man. Was I not certain to exhibit myself in it, not only disadvantageously, but totally different from what I really am? The plan I have adopted of writing and retirement is what exactly suits me. Had I been present, my worth would never have been known. No one would even have suspected it. Thus it was with Madame Dupin, a woman of sense, in whose house I lived for several years. Indeed, she has often since owned it to me, though on the whole this rule may be subject to some exceptions. I shall now return to my history. The estimate of my talents thus fixed, the situation I was capable of promised, the question only remained how to render her capable of fulfilling my destined vocation. The principal difficulty was, I did not know Latin enough for a priest. Madame de Warrens determined to have me taught for some time at the seminary, and accordingly spoke of it to the superior, who was a Lazarist called Monsieur Gras, a good natured little fellow, half blind, meagre, gray haired, insensible, and the least pedantic of any Lazarist I ever knew, which in fact is saying no great matter. He frequently visited Madame de Warrens, letting him sometimes lace her stays, an office he was willing enough to perform. While thus employed, she would run about the room this way or that, as occasion happened to call her. Drawn by the lace, Monsieur the Superior followed, grumbling, repeating at every moment, "Pray, Madame, do stand still," the whole forming a scene truly diverting. Monsieur Gras willingly assented to the project of Madame de Warrens, and for a very moderate pension charged himself with the care of instructing me. The consent of the bishop was all that remained necessary, who not only granted it, but offered to pay the pension, permitting me to retain the secular habit till they could judge by a trial what success they might have in my improvement. End of section 6. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 7 of Confessions, volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 7. What a change! But I was obliged to submit. Though I went to the seminary with about the same spirits as if they had been taking me to execution. What a melancholy abode, especially for one who left the house of a pretty woman! I carried one book with me, that I had borrowed of Madame de Warrens, and found it a capital resource. It will not be easily conjectured what kind of book this was. It was a music book. Among the talents she had cultivated, music was not forgotten. She had a tolerable good voice, sang agreeably, and played upon the harpsichord. She had taken the pains to give me some lessons in singing, though before I was very uninformed in that respect, hardly knowing the music of our psalms. 8 or 10 interrupted lessons, far from putting me in a condition to improve myself, did not teach me half the notes. Notwithstanding, I had such a passion for the art that I determined to exercise myself alone. The book I took was not of the most easy kind. It was the cantatas of Clérambault. It may be conceived with what attention and perseverance I studied, when I inform my reader that without knowing anything of transposition or quantity, I contrived to sing with tolerable correctness the first recitative and air in the cantata of Alpheus and Arethusa. It is true this air is so justly set, that it is only necessary to recite the verses in their just measure to catch the music. There was at the seminary a cursed Lazarist, who by undertaking to teach me Latin made me detest it. His hair was coarse, black, and greasy, his face like those formed in gingerbread. He had the voice of a buffalo, the countenance of an owl, and the bristles of a boar in lieu of beard. His smile was sardonic, and his limbs played like those of a puppet moved by wires. I have forgotten his odious name, but the remembrance of his frightful, precise countenance remains with me, though hardly can I recollect it without trembling, especially when I call to mind our meeting in the gallery, when he graciously advanced his filthy square cap as a sign for me to enter his apartment, which appeared more dismal in my apprehension than a dungeon. Let any one judge the contrast between my present master and the elegant Abbe de Gauvon. Had I remained 2 months at the mercy of this monster, I am certain my head could not have sustained it; but the good Monsieur Gras, perceiving that I was melancholy, grew thin, and did not eat my victuals, guessed the cause of my uneasiness, which indeed was not very difficult, and taking me from the claws of this beast, by another yet more striking contrast, placed me with the gentlest of men, a young Faucignerin abbe named Monsieur Gatier, who studied at the seminary, and out of complaisance for Monsieur Gras, and humanity to myself, spared some time from the prosecution of his own studies in order to direct mine. Never did I see a more pleasing countenance than that of Monsieur Gatier. He was fair complexioned, his beard rather inclined to red. His behavior, like that of the generality of his countrymen, who under a coarseness of countenance conceal much understanding, marked in him a truly sensible and affectionate soul. In his large blue eyes there was a mixture of softness, tenderness, and melancholy, which made it impossible to see him without feeling oneself interested. From the looks and manner of this young abbe, he might have been supposed to have foreseen his destiny, and that he was born to be unhappy. His disposition did not belie his physiognomy. Full of patience and complacence, he rather appeared to study with than instruct me. So much was not necessary to make me love him, his predecessor having rendered that very easy. Yet, notwithstanding all the time he bestowed on me, notwithstanding our mutual good inclinations, and that his plan of teaching was excellent, with much labor I made little progress. It is very singular that with a clear conception I could never learn much from masters, except my father and Monsieur Lambercier. The little I know besides I have learned alone, as will be seen hereafter. My spirit, impatient of every species of constraint, cannot submit to the law of the moment. Even the fear of not learning prevents my being attentive, and a dread of wearying those who teach makes me feign to understand them. Thus they proceed faster than I can comprehend, and the conclusion is, I learn nothing. My understanding must take its own time, and cannot submit to that of another. The time of ordination being arrived, M. Gatier returned to his province as deacon, leaving me with gratitude, attachment, and sorrow for his loss. The vows I made for him were no more answered than those I offered for myself. Some years after, I learned that being vicar of a parish, a young girl was with child by him. Being the only one, though he possessed a very tender heart, with whom he was ever in love. This was a dreadful scandal in a diocese severely governed, where the priests, being under good regulation, ought never to have children, except by married women. Having infringed this politic law, he was put in prison, defamed, and driven from his benefice. I know not whether it was ever after in his power to re-establish his affairs, but the remembrance of his misfortunes, which were deeply engraven on my heart, struck me when I wrote Emile, and uniting M. Gatier with M. Gaime, I formed from these two worthy priests the character of the Savoyard vicar, and flatter myself the imitation has not dishonored the originals. While I was at the seminary, M. d'Aubonne was obliged to quit Annecy, Moutou being displeased that he made love to his wife, which was acting like a dog in the manger, for though Madame Moutou was extremely amiable, he lived very ill with her, treating her with such brutality that a separation was talked of. Moutou, by repeated oppressions, at length procured a dismissal from his employment. He was a disagreeable man. A mole could not be blacker, nor an owl more knavish. It is said the provincials revenge themselves on their enemies by songs. Monsieur d'Aubonne revenged himself on his by a comedy, which he sent to Madame de Warrens, who showed it to me. I was pleased with it, and immediately conceived the idea of writing one, to try whether I was so silly as the author had pronounced me. The project was not executed till I went to Chambéry, where I wrote The Lover of Himself. Thus, when I said in the preface to that piece, "It was written at 18," I cut off a few years. Nearly about this time an event happened not very important in itself, but whose consequence affected me, and made a noise in the world when I had forgotten it. Once a week I was permitted to go out. It is not necessary to say what use I made of this liberty. Being one Sunday at Madame de Warrens, a building belonging to the Cordeliers, which joined her house, took fire. This building, which contained their oven, being full of dry fagots, blazed violently, and greatly endangered the house, for the wind happening to drive the flames that way, it was covered with them. The furniture, therefore, was hastily got out and carried into the garden which fronted the windows, on the other side of the before mentioned brook. I was so alarmed that I threw indiscriminately everything that came to hand out of the window, even to a large stone mortar, which at another time I should have found it difficult to remove, and should have thrown a handsome looking glass after it, had not some one prevented me. The good bishop, who that day was visiting Madame de Warrens, did not remain idle. He took her into the garden, where they went to prayers with the rest that were assembled there, and where some time afterwards I found them on their knees, and presently joined them. While the good man was at his devotions, the wind changed so suddenly and critically that the flames which had covered the house and began to enter the windows were carried to the other side of the court, and the house received no damage. 2 years after, Monsieur de Bernay being dead, the Antoines, his former brethren, began to collect anecdotes which might serve as arguments of his beatification. At the desire of Father Baudet, I joined to these an attestation of what I have just related, in doing which, though I attested no more than the truth, I certainly acted ill, as it tended to make an indifferent occurrence pass for a miracle. I had seen the bishop in prayer, and had likewise seen the wind change during the prayer, and even much to the purpose all this I could certify truly. But that one of these facts was the cause of the other, I ought not to have attested, because it is what I could not possibly be assured of. Thus much I may say, that as far as I can recollect what my ideas were at that time, I was sincerely and in good earnest a Catholic. Love of the marvelous is natural to the human heart. My veneration for the virtuous prelate, and secret pride in having, perhaps, contributed to the event in question, all helped to seduce me. And certainly, if this miracle was the effect of ardent prayer, I had a right to claim a share of the merits. More than 30 years after, when I published the Lettres de la Montagne, Monsieur Fréron, I know not by what means, discovered this attestation, and made use of it in his paper. I must confess the discovery was very critically timed, and appeared very diverting even to me. End of Section 7. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 8 of Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 8. I was destined to be the outcast of every condition; for notwithstanding M. Gatier gave the most favorable account he possibly could of my studies, they plainly saw the improvement I received bore no proportion to the pains taken to instruct me, which was no encouragement to continue them. The bishop and superior, therefore, were disheartened, and I was sent back to Madame de Warrens as a subject not even fit to make a priest of. But as they allowed at the same time that I was a tolerably good lad, and far from being vicious, this account counterbalanced the former, and determined her not to abandon me. I carried back in triumph the dear music book which had been so useful to me, the air of Alpheus and Arethusa being almost all I had learned at the seminary. My predilection for this art started the idea of making a musician of me. A convenient opportunity offered. Once a week at least she had a concert at her house, and the music master from the cathedral, who directed this little band, came frequently to see her. This was a Parisian named Monsieur le Maître, a good composer, very lively, gay, young, well made, of little understanding, but upon the whole a good sort of man. Madame de Warrens made us acquainted. I attached myself to him, and he seemed not displeased with me. A pension was talked of and agreed on. In short, I went home with him, and passed the winter the more agreeably at his chambers, as they were not above 20 paces distant from Madame de Warrens, where we frequently supped together. It may easily be supposed that this situation, ever gay, and singing with the musicians and children of the choir, was more pleasing to me than the seminary and fathers of St. Lazarus. This life, though free, was regular. Here I learned to prize independence, but never to abuse it. For 6 whole months I never once went out, except to see Madame de Warrens or to church, nor had I any inclination to it. This interval is one of those in which I enjoyed the greatest satisfaction, and which I have ever recollected with pleasure. Among the various situations I have been placed in, some were marked with such an idea of virtuous satisfaction, that the bare remembrance affects me as if they were yet present. I vividly recollect the time, the place, the persons, and even the temperature of the air, while the lively idea of a certain local impression peculiar to those times transports me back again to the very spot. For example, all that was repeated at our meetings, all that was sung in the choir, everything that passed there. the beautiful and noble habits of the canons, the chasubles of the priests, the mitres of the singers, the persons of the musicians, an old lame carpenter who played the counterbass, a little fair abbe who performed on the violin, the ragged cassock which Monsieur le Maitre, after taking off his sword, used to put over his secular habit, and the fine surplice with which he covered the rags of the former, when he went to the choir, the pride with which I held my little flute to my lips and seated myself in the orchestra, to assist in a recitative which Monsieur le Maitre had composed on purpose for me, the good dinner that afterwards awaited us, and the good appetites we carried to it. This concourse of objects, strongly retraced in my memory, has charmed me 100 times as much, or perhaps more, than ever the reality had done. I have always preserved an affection for a certain air of the Conditor al me siderum, because one Sunday in Advent I heard that hymn sung on the steps of the cathedral, according to the custom of that place, as I lay in bed before daybreak. Mademoiselle Merceret, Madame de Warrens's chambermaid, knew something of music. I shall never forget a little piece that Monsieur le Maitre made me sing with her, and which her mistress listened to with great satisfaction. In a word, every particular, even down to the servant Perrine, whom the boys of the choir took such delight in teasing. The remembrance of these times of happiness and innocence frequently returning to my mind, both ravish and affect me. I lived at Annecy during a year without the least reproach, giving universal satisfaction. Since my departure from Turin, I had been guilty of no folly, committed none while under the eye of Madame de Warrens. She was my conductor, and ever led me right. My attachment for her became my only passion, and what proves it was not a giddy one, my heart and understanding were in unison. It is true that a single sentiment, absorbing all my faculties, put me out of a capacity of learning even music, but this was not my fault, since to the strongest inclination I added the utmost assiduity. I was attentive and thoughtful. What could I do? Nothing was wanting towards my progress that depended on me. Meantime, it only required a subject that might inspire me to occasion the commission of new follies. That subject presented itself, chance arranged it, and, as will be seen hereafter, my inconsiderate head gave in to it. One evening, in the month of February, when it was very cold, being all sat round the fire, we heard some one knock at the street door. Perrine took a light, went down and opened it. A young man entering, came upstairs, presented himself with an easy air, and making Monsieur le Maitre a short but well turned compliment, announced himself as a French musician, constrained by the state of his finances to take this liberty. The heart of the good Le Maitre leaped at the name of a French musician, for he passionately loved both his country and profession. He therefore offered the young traveler his service, and use of his apartment, which he appeared to stand much in need of, and which he accepted without much ceremony. I observed him while he was chatting and warming himself before supper. He was short and thick, having some fault in his shape, though without any particular deformity. He had, if I may so express myself, an appearance of being hunchbacked, with flat shoulders, and I think he limped. He wore a black coat, rather worn than old, which hung in tatters, a very fine but dirty shirt, frayed ruffles, a pair of splatterdashes so large that he could have put both legs into either of them, and to secure himself from the snow, a little hat, only fit to be carried under his arm. With this whimsical equipage, he had, however, something elegant in his manners and conversation. His countenance was expressive and agreeable, and he spoke with facility, if not with modesty. In short, everything about him bore the mark of a young debauchee, who did not crave assistance like a beggar, but as a thoughtless madcap. He told us his name was Venture de Villeneuve, that he came from Paris, had lost his way, and seeming to forget that he had announced himself for a musician, added that he was going to Grenoble to see a relation that was a member of Parliament. During supper we talked of music, on which subject he spoke well. He knew all the great virtuosi, all the celebrated works, all the actors, actresses, pretty women, and powerful lords. In short, nothing was mentioned but what he seemed thoroughly acquainted with; though no sooner was any topic started, than by some drollery, which set every one a laughing, he made them forget what had been said. This was on a Saturday. The next day there was to be music at the cathedral. M. le Maitre asked if he would sing there. Very willingly. What part would he choose? The countertenor. And immediately began speaking of other things. Before he went to church, they offered him his part to peruse, but he did not even look at it. This gasconade surprised Le Maitre. "You'll see," said he, whispering to me, "that he does not know a single note." I replied, "I am very much afraid of him." I followed them into the church, but was extremely uneasy, and when they began, my heart beat violently, so much was I interested in his behalf. I was presently out of pain. He sung his two recitatives with all imaginable taste and judgment, and what was yet more, with a very agreeable voice. I never enjoyed a more pleasing surprise. After mass, M. Venture received the highest compliments from the canons and musicians, which he answered jokingly, though with great grace. M. le Maitre embraced him heartily. I did the same. He saw I was rejoiced at his success, and appeared pleased at my satisfaction. It will easily be surmised that after having been delighted with M. Bacle, who had little to attract my admiration, I should be infatuated with M. Venture, who had education, wit, talents, and a knowledge of the world, and might be called an agreeable rake. This was exactly what happened. and would, I believe, have happened to any other young man in my place, especially supposing him possessed of better judgment to distinguish merit, and more propensity to be engaged by it; for Venture doubtless possessed a considerable share, and one in particular, very rare at his age, namely, that of never being in haste to display his talents. It is true, he boasted of many things he did not understand, but of those he knew, which were very numerous, he said nothing, patiently waiting some occasion to display them, which he then did with ease, though without forwardness, and thus gave them more effect. As there was ever some intermission between the proofs of his various abilities, it was impossible to conjecture whether he had ever discovered all his talents. Playful, giddy, inexhaustible, seducing in conversation, ever smiling but never laughing, and repeating the rudest things in the most elegant manner, even the most modest women were astonished at what they endured from him. It was in vain for them to determine to be angry; they could not assume the appearance of it. It was extraordinary that with so many agreeable talents, in a country where they are so well understood and so much admired, he so long remained only a musician. My attachment to M. Venture, more reasonable in its cause, was also less extravagant in its effects, though more lively and durable than that I had conceived for M. Bacle. I loved to see him, to hear him; all his actions appeared charming, everything he said was an oracle to me. But the enchantment did not extend far enough to disable me from quitting him. I spoke of him with transport to Madame de Warrens. Le Maitre likewise spoke in his praise, and she consented we should bring him to her house. This interview did not succeed. He thought her affected, she found him a libertine, and alarmed that I had formed such an ill acquaintance, not only forbade me bringing him there again, but likewise painted so strongly the danger I ran with this young man, that I became a little more circumspect in giving in to the attachment, and very happily, both for my manners and wits, we were soon separated. M. le Maitre, like most of his profession, loved good wine. At table he was moderate, but when busy in his closet he must drink. His maid was so well acquainted with this humor, that no sooner had he prepared his paper to compose, and taken his violoncello, than the bottle and glass arrived, and was replenished from time to time. Thus, without being ever absolutely intoxicated, he was usually in a state of elevation. This was really unfortunate, for he had a good heart, and was so playful that Madame de Warrens used to call him the kitten. Unhappily, he loved his profession, labored much, and drank proportionately, which injured his health, and at length soured his temper. Sometimes he was gloomy and easily offended, though incapable of rudeness or giving offense to any one, for never did he utter a harsh word, even to the boys of the choir. On the other hand, he would not suffer another to offend him, which was but just. The misfortune was, having little understanding, he did not properly discriminate, and was often angry without cause. End of Section 8. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 9 of Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 9. The chapter of Geneva, where so many princes and bishops formerly thought it an honor to be seated, though in exile it lost its ancient splendor, retained without any diminution its pride. To be admitted, you must either be a gentleman or doctor of the Sorbonne. If there is a pardonable pride, after that derived from personal merit, it is doubtless that arising from birth, though in general priests having laymen in their service treat them with sufficient haughtiness. And thus the canons behaved to poor Lemaitre. The chanter, in particular, who was called the Abbé de Vidonne, in other respects a well-behaved man, but too full of his nobility, did not always show him the attention his talents merited. Monsieur le Maître could not bear these indignities patiently, and this year, during Passion Week, they had a more serious dispute than ordinary. At an institution dinner that the bishop gave the canons, and to which Monsieur le Maître was always invited, the abbe failed in some formality, adding at the same time some harsh words, which the other could not digest. He instantly formed the resolution to quit them the following night. Nor could any consideration make him give up his design, though Madame de Warrens, whom he went to take leave of, spared no pains to appease him. He could not relinquish the pleasure of leaving his tyrants embarrassed for the Easter feast, at which time he knew they stood in greatest need of him. He was most concerned about his music, which he wished to take with him, but this could not easily be accomplished, as it filled a large case and was very heavy, and could not be carried under the arm. Madame de Warrens did what I should have done in her situation, and indeed what I should yet do. After many useless efforts to retain him, seeing he was resolved to depart, whatever might be the event, she formed the resolution to give him every possible assistance. I must confess Le Maître deserved it of her, for he was, if I may use the expression, dedicated to her service, in whatever appertained to either his art or knowledge, and the readiness with which he obliged gave a double value to his complaisance. Thus she only paid back, on an essential occasion, the many favors he had been long conferring on her; though I should observe, she possessed a soul that to fulfill such duties had no occasion to be reminded of previous obligations. Accordingly, she ordered me to follow Le Maître to Lyons, and to continue with him as long as he might have occasion for my services. She has since avowed that a desire of detaching me from Venture had a great hand in this arrangement. She consulted Claude Anet about the conveyance of the above mentioned case. He advised that instead of hiring a beast at Annecy, which would infallibly discover us, it would be better at night to take it to some neighboring village, and there hire an ass to carry it to Seyssel, in which, being in the French dominions, we should have nothing to fear. This plan was adopted. We departed the same night at 7, and Madam de Warrens, under pretence of paying my expenses, increased the purse of poor Le Maitre by an addition that was very acceptable. Claude Anet, the gardener, and myself carried the case to the first village, then hired an ass, and the same night reached Seyssel. I think I have already remarked that there are times in which I am so unlike myself that I might be taken for a man of a direct opposite disposition. I shall now give an example of this. Monsieur Reydelet, curate of Seyssel, was canon of St. Peter's, consequently known to Monsieur le Maitre, and one of the people from whom he should have taken most pains to conceal himself. My advice, on the contrary, was to present ourselves to him, and under some pretext entreat entertainment, as if we visited him by consent of the chapter. Le Maitre adopted the idea, which seemed to give his revenge the appearance of satire and waggery. In short, we went boldly to Reydelet, who received us very kindly. Le Maitre told him he was going to Bellay by desire of the bishop, that he might superintend the music during the Easter holidays, and that he proposed returning that way in a few days. To support this tale, I told 100 others, so naturally that Monsieur Reydelet thought me a very agreeable youth, and treated me with great friendship and civility. We were well regaled and well lodged. Monsieur Reydelet scarcely knew how to make enough of us, and we parted the best friends in the world, with a promise to stop longer on our return. We found it difficult to refrain from laughter, or wait till we were alone to give free vent to our mirth. Indeed, even now, the bare recollection of it forces a smile, for never was waggery better or more fortunately maintained. This would have made us merry during the remainder of our journey, if Monsieur le Maitre, who did not cease drinking, had not been 2 or 3 times attacked with a complaint that he afterwards became very subject to, and which resembled an epilepsy. These fits threw me into the most fearful embarrassments, from which I resolved to extricate myself with the first opportunity. According to the information given to Monsieur Reydelet, we passed our Easter holidays at Bellay, and though not expected there, were received by the music master and welcomed by everyone with great pleasure. Monsieur le Maitre was of considerable note in his profession, and indeed merited that distinction. The music master of Bellay, who was fond of his own works, endeavored to obtain the approbation of so good a judge; for besides being a connoisseur, Monsieur le Maitre was equitable, neither a jealous, ill-natured critic, nor a servile flatterer. He was so superior to the generality of country music masters, and they were so sensible of it, that they treated him rather as their chief than a brother musician. Having passed 4 or 5 days very agreeably at Bellay, we departed, and continuing our journey without meeting with any accidents, except those I have just spoken of, arrived at Lyons, and were lodged at Notre Dame de Pitié. While we waited for the arrival of the before mentioned case, which by the assistance of another lie, and the care of our good patron M. de Reydelet, we had embarked on the Rhone, M. le Maître went to visit his acquaintance, and among others Father Cateau, a Cordelier, who will be spoken of hereafter, and the Abbe d'Ortan, Count of Lyons, both of whom received him well, but afterwards betrayed him, as will be seen presently. Indeed, his good fortune terminated with M. Reydelet. 2 days after our arrival at Lyons, as we passed a little street not far from our inn, Le Maître was attacked by one of his fits, but it was now so violent as to give me the utmost alarm. I screamed with terror, called for help, and naming our inn, entreated some one to bear him to it. Then, while the people were assembled and busy round a man that had fallen senseless in the street, he was abandoned by the only friend on whom he could have any reasonable dependence. I seized the instant when no one heeded me, turned the corner of the street, and disappeared. Thanks to heaven, I have made my 3rd painful confession. If many such remained, I should certainly abandon the work I have undertaken. Of all the incidents I have yet related, a few traces are remaining in the places where I have lived, but what I have to relate in the following book is almost entirely unknown. These are the greatest extravagances of my life, and it is happy they had not worse conclusions. My head, if I may use the simile, screwed up to the pitch of an instrument it did not naturally accord with, had lost its diapason. In time it returned to it again, when I discontinued my follies, or at least gave in to those more consonant to my disposition. This epoch of my youth I am least able to recollect, nothing having passed sufficiently interesting to influence my heart to make me clearly retrace the remembrance. In so many successive changes, it is difficult not to make some transpositions of time or place. I write absolutely from memory, without notes or materials to help my recollection. Some events are as fresh in my idea as if they had recently happened, but there are certain chasms which I cannot fill up but by the aid of recital as confused as the remaining traces of those to which they refer. It is possible, therefore, that I may have erred in trifles, and perhaps shall again, but in every matter of importance I can answer that the account is faithfully exact, and with the same veracity the reader may depend I shall be careful to continue it. My resolution was soon taken after quitting Le Maître. I set out immediately for Annecy. The cause and mystery of our departure had interested me for the security of our retreat. This interest, which entirely employed my thoughts for some days, had banished every other idea. But no sooner was I secure and in tranquillity than my predominant sentiment regained its place. Nothing flattered, nothing tempted me. I had no wish but to return to Madame de Warrens. The tenderness and truth of my attachment to her had rooted from my heart every imaginable project and all the follies of ambition. I conceived no happiness but living near her, nor could I take a step without feeling that the distance between us was increased. I returned, therefore, as soon as possible, with such speed, and with my spirits in such a state of agitation, that though I recall with pleasure all my other travels, I have not the least recollection of this, only remembering my leaving Lyons and reaching Annecy. Let any one judge whether this last event can have slipped my memory, when informed that on my arrival I found Madame de Warrens was not there, having set out for Paris. I was never well informed of the motives of this journey. I am certain she would have told me had I asked her, but never was man less curious to learn the secrets of his friend. My heart is ever so entirely filled with the present or with past pleasures, which become a principal part of my enjoyment, that there is not a chink or corner for curiosity to enter. All that I conceive from what I heard of it is that in the revolution caused at Turin by the abdication of the King of Sardinia, she feared being forgotten, and was willing, by favor of the intrigues of M. d'Aubonne, to seek the same advantage in the court of France, where she has often told me she should have preferred it, as the multiplicity of business there prevents your conduct from being so closely inspected. If this was her business, it is astonishing that on her return she was not ill received. Be that as it will, she continued to enjoy her allowance without any interruption. Many people imagined she was charged with some secret commission, either by the bishop, who then had business at the court of France, where he himself was soon after obliged to go, or some one yet more powerful, who knew how to insure her a gracious reception at her return. If this was the case, it is certain the ambassadress was not ill chosen, since being young and handsome, she had all the necessary qualifications to succeed in a negotiation. End of section 9. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 10 of Confessions, volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 10. Volume 4. Let any one judge my surprise and grief at not finding her on my arrival. I now felt regret at having abandoned Monsieur le Maitre, and my uneasiness increased when I learned the misfortunes that had befallen him. His box of music, containing all his fortune, that precious box, preserved with so much care and fatigue, had been seized on at Lyons by means of Count d'Ortan, who had received information from the chapter of our having absconded with it. In vain did Le Maitre reclaim his property, his means of existence, the labor of his life. His right to the music in question was at least subject to litigation, but even that liberty was not allowed him, the affair being instantly decided on the principle of superior strength. Thus poor Le Maitre lost the fruit of his talents, the labor of his youth, and principal dependence for the support of old age. Nothing was wanting to render the news I had received truly afflicting, but I was at an age when even the greatest calamities are to be sustained. Accordingly, I soon found consolation. I expected shortly to hear news of Madame de Warrens, though I was ignorant of the address and she knew nothing of my return. As to my desertion of Le Maitre, all things considered, I did not find it so very culpable. I had been serviceable to him at his retreat. It was not in my power to give him any further assistance. Had I remained with him in France, it would not have cured his complaint. I could not have saved his music, and should only have doubled his expense. In this point of view I then saw my conduct. I see it otherwise now. It frequently happens that a villainous action does not torment us at the instant we commit it, but on recollection, and sometimes even after a number of years have elapsed, for the remembrance of crimes is not to be extinguished. The only means I had to obtain news of Madame de Warrens was to remain at Annecy. Where should I seek her in Paris? Or how bear the expense of such a journey? Sooner or later, there was no place where I could be so certain to hear of her as that I was now at. This consideration determined me to remain there, though my conduct was very indifferent. I did not go to the bishop, who had already befriended me, and might continue to do so. My patroness was not present, and I feared his reprimands on the subject of our flight. Neither did I go to the seminary, M. Gras was no longer there. In short, I went to none of my acquaintances. I should gladly have visited the intendant's lady, but did not dare. I did worse, I sought out M. Venture, whom, notwithstanding my enthusiasm, I had never thought of since my departure. I found him quite gay, in high spirits, and the universal favorite of the ladies of Annecy. This success completed my infatuation. I saw nothing but M. Venture. He almost made me forget even Madame de Warrens. That I might profit more at ease by his instructions and example, I proposed to share his lodgings, to which he readily consented. It was at a shoemaker's, a pleasant, jovial fellow, who in his country dialect called his wife nothing but Trallop, an appellation which she certainly merited. Venture took care to augment their differences, though under an appearance of doing the direct contrary, throwing out in a distant manner and provincial accents hints that produced the utmost effect, and furnished such scenes as were sufficient to make any one die with laughter. Thus the mornings passed without our thinking of them. At 2 or 3 o'clock we took some refreshment. Venture then went to his various engagements, where he supped, while I walked alone, meditating on his great merit, coveting and admiring his rare talents, and cursing my own unlucky stars that did not call me to so happy a life. How little did I then know of myself! Mine had been 1,000 times more delightful had I not been such a fool, or known better how to enjoy it. Madame de Warrens had taken no one with her but Anet. Merceret, the chambermaid, whom I have before mentioned, still remained in the house. Merceret was something older than myself, not pretty, but tolerably agreeable, good natured, free from malice, having no fault to my knowledge, but being a little refractory with her mistress. I often went to see her. She was an old acquaintance who recalled to my remembrance one more beloved, and this made her dear to me. She had several friends, and among others one Mademoiselle Giraud, a Genevese, who for the punishment of my sins took it in her head to have an inclination for me, always pressing Merceret, when she returned her visits, to bring me with her. As I liked Merceret, I felt no disinclination to accompany her. Besides, I met there with some young people whose company pleased me. For Mademoiselle Giraud, who offered every kind of enticement, nothing could increase the aversion I had for her. When she drew near me, with her dried black snout smeared with Spanish snuff, it was with the utmost difficulty that I could refrain from expressing my distaste. But being pleased with her visitors, I took patience. Among these were 2 girls, who, either to pay their court to Mademoiselle Giraud or myself, paid me every possible attention. I conceived this to be only friendship, but have since thought it depended only on myself to have discovered something more, though I did not even think of it at the time. There was another reason for my stupidity. Seamstresses, chambermaids, or milliners never tempted me. I sighed for ladies. Everyone has his peculiar taste. This has ever been mine, being in this particular of a different opinion from Horace. Yet it is not vanity of riches or rank that attracts me. It is a well preserved complexion, fine hands, elegance of ornaments, an air of delicacy and neatness throughout the whole person, more in taste, in the manner of expressing themselves, a finer or better made gown, a well turned ankle, small foot, ribbons, lace, and well dressed hair. I even prefer those who have less natural beauty, provided they are elegantly decorated. I freely confess this preference is very ridiculous, yet my heart gives in to it, spite of my understanding. Well, even this advantage presented itself, and it only depended on my own resolution to have seized the opportunity. How do I love, from time to time, to return to those moments of my youth, which were so charmingly delightful, so short, so scarce, and enjoyed at so cheap a rate, how fondly do I wish to dwell on them! Even yet the remembrance of these scenes warms my heart with a chaste rapture, which appears necessary to reanimate my drooping courage, and enable me to sustain the weariness of my latter days. The appearance of Aurora seemed so delightful one morning, that, putting on my clothes, I hastened into the country to see the rising of the sun. I enjoyed that pleasure in its utmost extent. It was 1 week after midsummer. The earth was covered with verdure and flowers. The nightingales, whose soft warblings were almost concluded, seemed to vie with each other, and in concert with birds of various kinds, to bid adieu to spring, and hail the approach of a beautiful summer's day, one of those lovely days that are no longer to be enjoyed at my age, and which have never been seen on the melancholy soil I now inhabit. I had rambled insensibly to a considerable distance from the town. The heat augmented. I was walking in the shade along a valley, by the side of a brook. I heard behind me the steps of horses, and the voice of some females, who, though they seemed embarrassed, did not laugh the less heartily on that account. I turn round, hear myself called by name, and approaching, find 2 young people of my acquaintance, Mademoiselle de G and Mademoiselle Galley, who, not being very excellent horsewomen, could not make their horses cross the rivulet. Mademoiselle de G was a young lady of Berne, very amiable, who, having been sent from that country for some youthful folly, had imitated Madame de Warrens, at whose house I had sometimes seen her, but not having, like her, a pension, she had been fortunate in this attachment to Mademoiselle Galley, who had prevailed on her mother to engage her young friend as a companion, till she could be otherwise provided for. Mademoiselle Galley was 1 year younger than her friend, handsomer, more delicate, more ingenious, and, to complete all, extremely well made. They loved each other tenderly, and the good disposition of both could not fail to render their union durable, if some lover did not derange it. They informed me they were going to Thun, an old castle belonging to Madame Galley, and implored my assistance to make their horses cross the stream, not being able to compass it themselves. I would have given each a cut or 2 with the whip, but they feared I might be kicked, and themselves thrown. I therefore had recourse to another expedient. I took hold of Mademoiselle Galley's horse, and led him through the brook, the water reaching half way up my legs. The other followed without any difficulty. This done, I would have paid my compliments to the ladies, and walked off like a great booby as I was, but after whispering to each other, Mademoiselle de G said: "No, no, you must not think to escape thus. You have got wet in our service, and we ought in conscience to take care and dry you. If you please, you must go with us, you are now our prisoner." My heart began to beat. I looked at Mademoiselle Galley. "Yes, yes," said she, laughing at my fearful look. Our prisoner of war! Come, get up behind her, we shall have a good account of you. But, mademoiselle, continued I have not the honor to be acquainted with your mother. What will she say on my arrival? Her mother, replied Mademoiselle de G, is not at Toune, we are alone, we shall return at night, and you shall come back with us. The stroke of electricity has not a more instantaneous effect than these words produced on me. Leaping behind Mademoiselle de G, I trembled with joy, and when it became necessary to clasp her in order to hold myself on, my heart beat so violently that she perceived it, and told me hers beat also, from a fear of falling. In my present posture, I might naturally have considered this an invitation to satisfy myself of the truth of her assertion. Yet I did not dare, and during the whole way my arm served as a girdle, a very close one, I must confess, without being a moment displaced. Some women that may read this would be for giving me a box on the ear, and truly I deserved it. The gaiety of the journey and the chat of these girls so enlivened me, that during the whole time we passed together we never ceased talking a moment. They had set me so thoroughly at ease, that my tongue spoke as fast as my eyes, though not exactly the same things. Some minutes, indeed, when I was left alone with either, the conversation became a little embarrassed, but neither of them was absent long enough to allow time for explaining the cause. End of section 10. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 11 of Confessions, volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated. Section 11. Arrived at Toune, and myself well dried, we breakfasted together, after which it was necessary to settle the important business of preparing dinner. The young ladies cooked, kissing from time to time the farmer's children, while the poor scullion looked on grumbling. Provisions had been sent for from town, and there was everything necessary for a good dinner, but unhappily they had forgotten wine. This forgetfulness was by no means astonishing to girls who seldom drank any, but I was sorry for the omission, as I had reckoned on its help, thinking it might add to my confidence. They were sorry likewise, and perhaps from the same motive, though I have no reason to say this, for their lively and charming gaiety was innocence itself. Besides, there were two of them, what could they expect from me? They went everywhere about the neighborhood to seek for wine, but none could be procured, so pure and sober are the peasants in those parts. As they were expressing their concern, I begged them not to give themselves any uneasiness on my account, for while with them, I had no occasion for wine to intoxicate me. This was the only gallantry I ventured at during the whole of the day, and I believe the sly rogue saw well enough that I said nothing but the truth. We dined in the kitchen. The two friends were seated on the benches, one on each side the long table, and their guest at the end, between them, on a three-legged stool. What a dinner! How charming the remembrance! While we can enjoy at so small an expense such pure, such true delights, why should we be solicitous for others? Never did those petites soupes, so celebrated in Paris, equal this. I do not only say for real pleasure and gaiety, but even for sensuality. After dinner we were economical. Instead of drinking the coffee we had reserved at breakfast, we kept it for an afternoon collation with cream, and some cake they had brought with them. To keep our appetites in play, we went into the orchard, meaning to finish our dessert with cherries. I got into a tree, throwing them down bunches, from which they returned the stones through the branches. One time, Mademoiselle Galley, holding out her apron, and drawing back her head, stood so fair, and I took such good aim, that I dropped a bunch into her bosom. On her laughing, I said to myself, why are not my lips cherries? How gladly would I throw them there likewise. Thus the day passed with the greatest freedom, yet with the utmost decency. Not a single equivocal word, not one attempt at double meaning pleasantry. Yet this delicacy was not affected, we only performed the parts our hearts dictated. In short, my modesty, some will say my folly, was such that the greatest familiarity that escaped me was once kissing the hand of Mademoiselle Galley. It is true, the attending circumstances helped to stamp a value on this trifling favor. We were alone. I was embarrassed. Her eyes were fixed on the ground, and my lips, instead of uttering words, were pressed on her hand, which she drew gently back after the salute, without any appearance of displeasure. I know not what I should have said to her, but her friend entered, and at that moment I thought her ugly. At length they bethought themselves that they must return to town before night. Even now we had but just time to reach it by daylight, and we hastened our departure in the same order we came. Had I pleased myself, I should certainly have reversed this order, for the glance of Mademoiselle Galley had reached my heart. But I dared not mention it, and the proposal could not reasonably come from her. On the way, we expressed our sorrow that the day was over, but far from complaining of the shortness of its duration, we were conscious of having prolonged it by every possible amusement. I quitted them in nearly the same spot where I had taken them up. With what regret did we part? With what pleasure did we form projects to renew our meeting? Delightful hours which we passed innocently together, yet were worth ages of familiarity. The sweet remembrance of those days cost those amiable girls nothing. The tender union which reigned among us equaled more lively pleasures with which it could not have existed. We loved each other without shame or mystery, and wished to continue our reciprocal affection. There is a species of enjoyment connected with innocence of manners, which is superior to any other, because it has no interval. For myself, the remembrance of such a day touches me nearer, delights me more, and returns with greater rapture to my heart than any other pleasure I ever tasted. I hardly knew what I wished with those charming girls. I do not say that, had the arrangement been in my power, I should have divided my heart between them. I certainly felt some degree of preference, though I should have been happy to have had Mademoiselle de G for a mistress. I think by choice I should have liked her better as a confidante. Be that as it may, I felt on leaving them as though I could not live without either. Who would have thought that I should never see them more, and that here our ephemeral amours must end? Those who read this will not fail to laugh at my gallantries, and remark that after very promising preliminaries, my most forward adventures concluded by a kiss of the hand. Yet be not mistaken, reader, in your estimate of my enjoyments. I have, perhaps, tasted more real pleasure in my amours, which concluded by a kiss of the hand, than you will ever have in yours, which at least begin there. Venture, who had gone to bed late the night before, came in soon after me. I did not now see him with my usual satisfaction, and took care not to inform him how I had passed the day. The ladies had spoken of him slightingly, and appeared discontented at finding me in such bad hands. This hurt him in my esteem. Besides, whatever diverted my ideas from them was at this time disagreeable. However, he soon brought me back to him and myself by speaking of the situation of my affairs, which was too critical to last; for though I spent very little, my slender finances were almost exhausted. I was without resource, no news of Madame de Warrens, not knowing what would become of me, and feeling a cruel pang at heart to see the friend of Mademoiselle Galley reduced to beggary. I now learned from Venture that he had spoken of me to the Judge Major, and would take me next day to dine with him; that he was a man who, by means of his friends, might render me essential service. In other respects he was a desirable acquaintance, being a man of wit and letters, of agreeable conversation, one who possessed talents and loved them in others. After this discourse, mingling the most serious concerns with the most trifling frivolity, he showed me a pretty couplet which came from Paris, on an air in one of Mouret's operas, which was then playing. Monsieur Simon, the Judge Major, was so pleased with this couplet that he determined to make another in answer to it, on the same air. He had desired Venture to write one, and he wished me to make a third, that, as he expressed it, they might see couplets start up next day like incidents in a comic romance. In the night, not being able to sleep, I composed a couplet, as my first essay in poetry. It was passable, better, or at least composed with more taste than it would have been the preceding night, the subject being tenderness, to which my heart was now entirely disposed. In the morning I showed my performance to Venture, who, being pleased with the couplet, put it in his pocket, without informing me whether he had made his. We dined with M. Simon, who treated us very politely. The conversation was agreeable. Indeed, it could not be otherwise between two men of natural good sense, improved by reading. For me, I acted my proper part, which was to listen without attempting to join in the conversation. Neither of them mentioned the couplet, nor do I know that it ever passed for mine. M. Simon appeared satisfied with my behavior; indeed, it was almost all he saw of me at this interview. We had often met at Madame de Warrens, but he had never paid much attention to me. It is from this dinner, therefore, that I date our acquaintance, which, though of no use in regard to the object I then had in view, was afterwards productive of advantages which make me recollect it with pleasure. I should be wrong not to give some account of this person, since from his office of magistrate, and the reputation of wit on which he piqued himself, no idea could be formed of it. The judge major, Simon, certainly was not 2 feet high. His legs, spare, straight, and tolerably long, would have added something to his stature had they been vertical, but they stood in the direction of an open pair of compasses. His body was not only short, but thin, being in every respect of most inconceivable smallness. When naked, he must have appeared like a grasshopper. His head was of the common size, to which appertained a well-formed face, a noble look, and tolerably fine eyes. In short, it appeared a borrowed head stuck on a miserable stump. He might very well have dispensed with dress, for his large wig alone covered him from head to foot. He had 2 voices, perfectly different, which intermingled perpetually in his conversation, forming at first a diverting, but afterwards a very disagreeable contrast. One, grave and sonorous, was, if I may hazard the expression, the voice of his head; the other, clear, sharp, and piercing, the voice of his body. When he paid particular attention, and spoke leisurely, so as to preserve his breath, he could continue his deep tone; but if he was the least animated, or attempted a lively accent, his voice sounded like the whistling of a key, and it was with the utmost difficulty that he could return to the bass. With the figure I have just described, and which is by no means overcharged, M. Simon was gallant, ever entertaining the ladies with soft tales, and carrying the decoration of his person even to foppery. Willing to make use of every advantage, he, during the morning, gave audience in bed; for when a handsome head was discovered on the pillow, no one could have imagined what belonged to it. This circumstance gave birth to scenes which I am certain are yet remembered by all Annecy. End of Section 11. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 12 of Confessions, volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 12. One morning, when he expected to give audience in bed, or rather on the bed, having on a handsome nightcap ornamented with rose-colored ribbon, a countryman arriving knocked at the door. The maid happened to be out. The judge, therefore, hearing the knock repeated, cried, "Come in!" And as he spoke rather loud, it was in his shrill tone. The man entered, looked about, endeavoring to discover whence the female voice proceeded, and at length, seeing a handsome headdress set off with ribbons, was about to leave the room, making the supposed lady 100 apologies. Monsieur Simon, in a rage, screamed the more, and the countryman, yet more confirmed in his opinion, conceiving himself to be insulted, began railing in his turn, saying that apparently she was nothing better than a common street walker, and that the judge major should be ashamed of setting such ill examples. The enraged magistrate, having no other weapon than the Jordan under his bed, was just going to throw it at the poor fellow's head as his servant returned. This dwarf, ill-used by nature as to his person, was recompensed by possessing an understanding naturally agreeable, and which he had been careful to cultivate. Though he was esteemed a good lawyer, he did not like his profession, delighting more in the finer parts of literature, which he studied with success. Above all, he possessed that superficial brilliancy, the art of pleasing in conversation, even with the ladies. He knew by heart a number of little stories, which he perfectly well knew how to make the most of, relating with an air of secrecy, and as an anecdote of yesterday, what happened 60 years before. He understood music, and could sing agreeably. In short, for a magistrate, he had many pleasing talents. By flattering the ladies of Annecy, he became fashionable among them, appearing continually in their train. He even pretended to favors, at which they were much amused. A Madame d'Epigny used to say, the greatest favor he could aspire to was to kiss a lady on her knees. As he was well read and spoke fluently, his conversation was both amusing and instructive. When I afterwards took a taste for study, I cultivated his acquaintance, and found my account in it. When at Chambéry, I frequently went from thence to see him. His praises increased my emulation, to which he added some good advice respecting the prosecution of my studies, which I found useful. Unhappily, this weakly body contained a very feeling soul. Some years after, he was chagrined by I know not what unlucky affair, but it cost him his life. This was really unfortunate, for he was a good little man, whom at a first acquaintance one laughed at, but afterwards loved. Though our situations in life were very little connected with each other, as I received some useful lessons from him, I thought gratitude demanded that I should dedicate a few sentences to his memory. As soon as I found myself at liberty, I ran into the street where Mademoiselle Galley lived, flattering myself that I should see some one go in or out, or at least open a window, but I was mistaken. Not even a cat appeared, the house remaining as close all the time as if it had been uninhabited. The street was small and lonely. Anyone loitering about was consequently more likely to be noticed. From time to time, people passed in and out of the neighborhood. I was much embarrassed, thinking my person might be known, and the cause that brought me there conjectured. This idea tortured me, for I have ever preferred the honor and happiness of those I love to my own pleasures. At length, weary of playing the Spanish lover, and having no guitar, I determined to write to Mademoiselle de G. I should have preferred writing to her friend, but did not dare take that liberty, as it appeared more proper to begin with her to whom I owed the acquaintance, and with whom I was most familiar. Having written my letter, I took it to Mademoiselle Giraud, as the young ladies had agreed at parting, they having furnished me with this expedient. Mademoiselle Giraud was a quilter, and sometimes worked at Madame Galley's, which procured her free admission to the house. I must confess I was not thoroughly satisfied with this messenger, but was cautious of starting difficulties, fearing that if I objected to her, no other might be named, and it was impossible to intimate that she had an inclination to me herself. I even felt humiliated that she should think I could imagine her of the same sex as those young ladies. In a word, I accepted her agency rather than none, and availed myself of it at all events. At the very first word that Giraud discovered me, I must own this was not a difficult matter, for if sending a letter to young girls had not spoken sufficiently plain, my foolish, embarrassed air would have betrayed me. It will easily be supposed that the employment gave her little satisfaction. She undertook it, however, and performed it faithfully. The next morning I ran to her house and found an answer ready for me. How did I hurry away that I might have an opportunity to read it and kiss it alone! Though this need not have been told, but the plan adopted by Mademoiselle Giraud, and in which I found more delicacy and moderation than I had expected, should. She had sense enough to conclude that her 37 years, hare's eyes, daubed nose, shrill voice, and black skin stood no chance against two elegant young girls in all the height and bloom of beauty. She resolved, therefore, neither to betray nor assist them, choosing rather to lose me entirely than entertain me for them. As Merceret had not heard from her mistress for some time, she thought of returning to Fribourg, and the persuasions of Giraud determined her. Nay more, she intimated it was proper some one should conduct her to her father's, and proposed me. As I happened to be agreeable to little Merceret, she approved the idea, and the same day they mentioned it to me as a fixed point. Finding nothing displeasing in the manner they had disposed of me, I consented, thinking it could not be above a week's journey at most. But Giraud, who had arranged the whole affair, thought otherwise. It was necessary to avow the state of my finances, and the conclusion was that Merceret should defray my expenses. But to retrench on one hand what was expended on the other, I advised that her little baggage should be sent on before, and that we should proceed by easy journeys on foot. I am sorry to have so many girls in love with me, but as there is nothing to be very vain of in the success of these amours, I think I may tell the truth without scruple. Merceret, younger and less artful than Giraud, never made me so many advances, but she imitated my manners, my actions, repeated my words, and showed me all those little attentions I ought to have had for her. Being very timorous, she took great care that we should both sleep in the same chamber, a circumstance that usually produces some consequences between a lad of 20 and a girl of 25. For once, however, it went no further, my simplicity being such that though Merceret was by no means a disagreeable girl, an idea of gallantry never entered my head, and even if it had, I was too great a novice to have profited by it. I could not imagine how two young persons could bring themselves to sleep together, thinking that such familiarity must require an age of preparation. If poor Merceret paid my expenses in hopes of any return, she was terribly cheated, for we arrived at Fribourg exactly as we had quitted Annecy. I passed through Geneva without visiting any one. While going over the bridges, I found myself so affected that I could scarcely proceed. Never could I see the walls of that city, never could I enter it, without feeling my heart sink from excess of tenderness, at the same time that the image of liberty elevated my soul. The ideas of equality, union, and gentleness of manners touched me even to tears, and inspired me with a lively regret at having forfeited all these advantages. What an error I was in! But yet how natural! I imagined I saw all this in my native country, because I bore it in my heart. It was necessary to pass through Nyons. Could I do this without seeing my good father? Had I resolved on doing so, I must afterwards have died with regret. I left Merceret at the inn and ventured to his house. How wrong was I to fear him! On seeing me, his soul gave way to the parental tenderness with which it was filled. What tears were mingled with our embraces! He thought I was returned to him. I related my history and informed him of my resolution. He opposed it feebly, mentioning the dangers to which I exposed myself, and telling me the shortest follies were best, but did not attempt to keep me by force, in which particular I think he acted right. But it is certain he did not do everything in his power to detain me, even by fair means. Whether after the step I had taken he thought I ought not to return, or was puzzled at my age to know what to do with me, I have since found that he conceived a very unjust opinion of my travelling companion. My stepmother, a good woman, a little coaxingly put on an appearance of wishing me to stay to supper. I did not, however, comply, but told them I proposed remaining longer with them on my return, leaving as a deposit my little packet that had come by water, and would have been an encumbrance had I taken it with me. I continued my journey the next morning, well satisfied that I had seen my father, and had taken courage to do my duty. We arrived without any accident at Fribourg. Towards the conclusion of the journey, the politeness of Mademoiselle Merceret rather diminished, and after our arrival she treated me even with coldness. Her father, who was not in the best circumstances, did not show me much attention, and I was obliged to lodge at an alehouse. I went to see them the next morning, and received an invitation to dine there, which I accepted. We separated without tears at night. I returned to my paltry lodging, and departed the second day after my arrival, almost without knowing whither to go to. This was a circumstance of my life in which Providence offered me precisely what was necessary to make my days pass happily. Merceret was a good girl, neither witty, handsome, nor ugly, not very lively, but tolerably rational, except while under the influence of some little humors, which usually evaporated in tears, without any violent outbreak of temper. She had a real inclination for me. I might have married her without difficulty, and followed her father's business. My taste for music would have made me love her. I should have settled at Fribourg, a small town, not pretty, but inhabited by very worthy people. I should certainly have missed great pleasures, but should have lived in peace to my last hour. And I must know best what I should have gained by such a step. End of section 12. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 13 of Confessions, volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 13. I did not return to Nyon, but to Lausanne, wishing to gratify myself with a view of that beautiful lake, which is seen there in its utmost extent. The greater part of my secret motives have not been so reasonable. Distant expectation has rarely strength enough to influence my actions. the uncertainty of the future ever making me regard projects whose execution requires a length of time as deceitful lures. I give in to visionary scenes of hope as well as others, provided they cost nothing, but if attended with any trouble, I have done with them. The smallest, the most trifling pleasure that is conveniently within my reach tempts me more than all the joys of paradise. I must except, however, those pleasures which are necessarily followed by pain. I only love those enjoyments which are unadulterated, which can never be the case where we are conscious they must be followed by repentance. It was necessary I should arrive at some place, and the nearest was best; for having lost my way on the road, I found myself in the evening at Moudon, where I spent all that remained of my little stock except 10 kreutzers, which served to purchase my next day's dinner. Arriving in the evening at Lausanne, I went into an alehouse, without a penny in my pocket to pay for my lodging, or knowing what would become of me. I found myself extremely hungry. Setting, therefore, a good face on the matter, I ordered supper, made my meal, went to bed without thought, and slept with great composure. In the morning, having breakfasted and reckoned with my host, I offered to leave my waistcoat in pledge for 7 bahts, which was the amount of my expenses. The honest man refused this, saying, thank heaven he had never stripped any one, and would not now begin for 7 bahts, adding I should keep my waistcoat and pay him when I could. I was affected with this unexpected kindness, but felt it less than I ought to have done, or have since experienced on the remembrance of it. I did not fail sending him his money, with thanks, by one I could depend on. 15 years after, passing Lausanne, on my return from Italy, I felt a sensible regret at having forgotten the name of the landlord and house. I wished to see him, and should have felt real pleasure in recalling to his memory that worthy action. Services which doubtless have been much more important, but rendered with ostentation, have not appeared to me so worthy of gratitude as the simple, unaffected humanity of this honest man. As I approached Lausanne, I thought of my distress, and the means of extricating myself without appearing in want to my stepmother. I compared myself, in this walking pilgrimage, to my friend Venture, on his arrival at Annecy, and was so warmed with the idea, that without recollecting that I had neither his gentility nor his talents, I determined to act the part of little Venture at Lausanne, to teach music, which I did not understand, and say I came from Paris, where I had never been. In consequence of this noble project, as there was no company where I could introduce myself without expense, and not choosing to venture among professional people, I inquired for some little inn where I could lodge cheap, and was directed to one named Perrotet, who took in boarders. This Perrotet was one of the best men in the world, received me very kindly, and after having heard my feigned story and profession, promised to speak of me, and endeavored to procure me scholars, saying he should not expect any money till I had earned it. His price for board, though moderate in itself, was a great deal to me. He advised me therefore to begin with half board, which consisted of good soup only for dinner, but a plentiful supper at night. I closed with this proposition, and the poor Perrotet trusted me with great cheerfulness, sparing meantime no trouble to be useful to me. Having found so many good people in my youth, why do I find so few in my age? Is their race extinct? No, but I do not seek them in the same situation I did formerly, among the commonalty, where violent passions predominate only at intervals, and where nature speaks her genuine sentiments. In more elevated stations they are entirely smothered, and under the mask of sentiment only interest or vanity is heard. Having written to my father from Lausanne, he sent my packet and some excellent advice, of which I should have profited better. I have already observed that I have moments of inconceivable delirium, in which I am entirely out of myself. The adventure I am about to relate is an instance of this. To comprehend how completely my brain was turned, and to what degree I had Ventureized, if I may be allowed the expression, the many extravagances I ran into at the same time should be considered. Behold me then, a singing master, without knowing how to note a common song. For if the 5 or 6 months passed with Le Maitre had improved me, they could not be supposed sufficient to qualify me for such an undertaking. Besides, being taught by a master was enough, as I have before observed, to make me learn ill. Being a Parisian from Geneva, and a Catholic in a Protestant country, I thought I should change my name with my religion and country, still approaching as near as possible to the great model I had in view. He called himself Venture de Villeneuve. I changed by anagram the name Rousseau into that of Vausseur, calling myself Monsieur Vausseur de Villeneuve. Venture was a good composer, though he had not said so. Without knowing anything of the art, I boasted of my skill to everyone. This was not all. Being presented to Monsieur de Freytorens, professor of law, who loved music and who gave concerts at his house, nothing would do but I must give him a proof of my talents, and accordingly I set about composing a piece for his concerts, as boldly as if I had really understood the science. I had the constancy to labor a fortnight at this curious business, to copy it fair, write out the different parts, and distribute them with as much assurance as if they had been masterpieces of harmony. In short, what will hardly be believed, though strictly true, I tacked a very pretty minuet to the end of it, that was commonly played about the streets, and which many may remember from these words so well known at that time: Quel caprice, quelle injustice, quoi tu Clarisse trahirais tes feux. Venture had taught me this air with the bass set to other words, by the help of which I had retained it. Thus, at the end of my composition, I put this minuet and bass, suppressing the words, and uttering it for my own, as confidently as if I had been speaking to the inhabitants of the moon. They assembled to perform my piece. I explained to each the movement, taste of execution, and references to his part. I was fully occupied. They were 5 or 6 minutes preparing, which were for me so many ages. At length everything is adjusted, myself in a conspicuous situation, a fine roll of paper in my hand, gravely preparing to beat time. I gave 4 or 5 strokes with my paper, attending with "Take care." They begin: No, never since French operas existed was there such a confused discord. The minuet, however, presently put all the company in a good humor. Hardly was it begun before I heard bursts of laughter from all parts. Every one congratulated me on my pretty taste for music, declaring this minuet would make me spoken of, and that I merited the loudest praise. It is not necessary to describe my uneasiness, or to own how much I deserved it. Next day, one of the musicians, named Lutold, came to see me, and was kind enough to congratulate me on my success. The profound conviction of my folly, shame, regret, and the state of despair to which I was reduced, with the impossibility of concealing the cruel agitation of my heart, made me open it to him. Giving therefore a loose to my tears, not content with owning my ignorance, I told all, conjuring him to secrecy. He kept his word, as every one will suppose. The same evening all Lausanne knew who I was, but what is remarkable, no one seemed to know, not even the good Perrotet, who, notwithstanding what had happened, continued to lodge and board me. I led a melancholy life here. The consequences of such an essay had not rendered Lausanne a very agreeable residence. Scholars did not present themselves in crowds, not a single female, and not a person of the city. I had only 2 or 3 great dunces, as stupid as I was ignorant, who fatigued me to death, and in my hands were not likely to edify much. At length I was sent for to a house where a little serpent of a girl amused herself by showing me a parcel of music that I could not read a note of, and which she had the malice to sing before her master, to teach him how it should be executed. For I was so unable to read an air at first sight, that in the charming concert I have just described, I could not possibly follow the execution a moment, or know whether they played truly what lay before them and I myself had composed. In the midst of so many humiliating circumstances, I had the pleasing consolation, from time to time, of receiving letters from my two charming friends. I have ever found the utmost consolatory virtue in the fair. When in disgrace, nothing softens my affliction more than to be sensible that an amiable woman is interested for me. This correspondence ceased soon after, and was never renewed. Indeed, it was my own fault, for in changing situations I neglected sending my address, and forced by necessity to think perpetually of myself, I soon forgot them. End of Section 13. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 14 of Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 14. It is a long time since I mentioned Madame de Warrens, but it should not be supposed that I had forgotten her. Never was she a moment absent from my thoughts. I anxiously wished to find her, not merely because she was necessary to my subsistence, but because she was infinitely more necessary to my heart. My attachment to her, though lively and tender as it really was, did not prevent my loving others, but then it was not in the same manner. All equally claimed my tenderness for their charms, but it was those charms alone I loved. My passion would not have survived them, while Madame de Warrens might have become old or ugly without my loving her the less tenderly. My heart had entirely transmitted to herself the homage it first paid to her beauty, and whatever change she might experience, while she remained herself, my sentiments could not change. I was sensible how much gratitude I owed to her, but in truth I never thought of it, and whether she served me or not, it would ever have been the same thing. I loved her neither from duty, interest, nor convenience. I loved her because I was born to love her. During my attachment to another, I own this affection was in some measure deranged. I did not think so frequently of her, but still with the same pleasure, and never, in love or otherwise, did I think of her without feeling that I could expect no true happiness in life while in a state of separation. Though in so long a time I had received no news from Madame de Warrens, I never imagined I had entirely lost her, or that she could have forgotten me. I said to myself, she will know sooner or later that I am wandering about, and will find some means to inform me of her situation. I am certain I shall find her. In the meantime, it was a pleasure to live in her native country, to walk in the streets where she had walked, and before the houses that she had lived in. Yet all this was the work of conjecture, for one of my foolish peculiarities was not daring to inquire after her, or even pronounce her name without the most absolute necessity. It seemed, in speaking of her, that I declared all I felt, that my lips revealed the secrets of my heart, and in some degree injured the object of my affection. I believe fear was likewise mingled with this idea. I dreaded to hear ill of her. Her management had been much spoken of, and some little of her conduct in other respects. Fearing, therefore, that something might be said which I did not wish to hear, I preferred being silent on the subject. As my scholars did not take up much of my time, and the town where she was born was not above 4 leagues from Lausanne, I made it a walk of 3 or 4 days, during which time a most pleasant emotion never left me. A view of the lake of Geneva and its admirable banks had ever, in my idea, a particular attraction which I cannot describe, not arising merely from the beauty of the prospect, but something else, I know not why, more interesting, which affects and softens me. Every time I have approached the Vaudois country, I have experienced an impression composed of the remembrance of Madame de Warrens, who was born there, of my father, who lived there, of Mademoiselle Vulson, who had been my first love, and of several pleasant journeys I had made there in my childhood, mingled with some nameless charm, more powerfully attractive than all the rest. When that ardent desire for a life of happiness and tranquillity, which ever follows me, and for which I was born, inflames my mind, 'tis ever to the country of Vaud, near the lake, in those charming plains, that imagination leads me. An orchard on the banks of that lake, and no other, is absolutely necessary, a firm friend, an amiable woman, a cow, and a little boat. Nor could I enjoy perfect happiness on earth without these concomitants. I laugh at the simplicity with which I have several times gone into that country for the sole purpose of seeking this imaginary happiness, when I was ever surprised to find the inhabitants, particularly the women, of a quite different disposition to what I sought. How strange did this appear to me! The country and the people who inhabit it were never, in my idea, formed for each other. Walking along these beautiful banks on my way to Vevey, I gave myself up to the soft melancholy. My heart rushed with ardor into 1,000 innocent felicities. Melting to tenderness, I sighed and wept like a child. How often, stopping to weep more at my ease, and seated on a large stone, did I amuse myself with seeing my tears drop into the water. On my arrival at Vevey, I lodged at the quay, and during the 2 days I remained there, without any acquaintance, conceived a love for that city, which has followed me through all my travels, and was finally the cause that I fixed on this spot in the novel I afterwards wrote for the residence of my hero and heroines. I would say to any one who has taste and feeling, go to Vevey, visit the surrounding country, examine the prospects, go on the lake, and then say whether nature has not designed this country for a Julie, a Claire, and a Saint Preux, but do not seek them there. I now return to my story. Giving myself out for a Catholic, I followed without mystery or scruple the religion I had embraced. On a Sunday, if the weather was fine, I went to hear mass at Ascens, a place 2 leagues distant from Lausanne, and generally in company with other Catholics, particularly a Parisian embroiderer, whose name I have forgotten. Not such a Parisian as myself, but a real native of Paris, an arch Parisian from his maker, yet honest as a peasant. He loved his country so well that he would not doubt my being his countryman, for fear he should not have so much occasion to speak of it. The lieutenant governor, M. de Crouzat, had a gardener who was likewise from Paris, but not so complacent. He thought the glory of his country concerned when any one claimed that honor who was not really entitled to it. He put questions to me, therefore, with an air and tone as if certain to detect me in a falsehood, and once, smiling malignantly, asked what was remarkable in the Marché Neuf. It may be supposed I asked the question, but I have since passed 20 years at Paris, and certainly know that city, yet was the same question repeated at this day, I should be equally embarrassed to answer it. And from this embarrassment it might be concluded I had never been there. Thus, even when we meet with truths, we are subject to build our opinions on circumstances which may easily deceive us. I formed no ideas while at Lausanne that were worth recollecting, nor can I say exactly how long I remained there. I only know that not finding sufficient to subsist on, I went from thence to Neuchatel, where I passed the winter. Here I succeeded better, I got some scholars, and saved enough to pay my good friend Perrotet, who had faithfully sent my baggage, though at that time I was considerably in his debt. By continuing to teach music, I insensibly gained some knowledge of it. The life I led was sufficiently agreeable, and any reasonable man might have been satisfied, but my unsettled heart demanded something more. On Sundays, or whenever I had leisure, I wandered, sighing and thoughtful, about the adjoining woods, and when once out of the city, never returned before night. One day, being at Boudry, I went to dine at a public house, where I saw a man with a long beard, dressed in a violet colored Grecian habit, with a fur cap, and whose air and manner were rather noble. This person found some difficulty in making himself understood, speaking only an unintelligible jargon, which bore more resemblance to Italian than any other language. I understood almost all he said, and I was the only person present who could do so, for he was obliged to make his request known to the landlord and others about him by signs. On my speaking a few words in Italian, which he perfectly understood, he got up and embraced me with rapture. A connection was soon formed, and from that moment I became his interpreter. His dinner was excellent, mine rather worse than indifferent. He gave me an invitation to dine with him, which I accepted without much ceremony. Drinking and chatting soon rendered us familiar, and by the end of the repast we had all the disposition in the world to become inseparable companions. He informed me he was a Greek prelate, and archimandrite of Jerusalem, that he had undertaken to make a gathering in Europe for the re establishment of the Holy Sepulchre, and showed me some very fine patents from the Czarina, the Emperor, and several other sovereigns. He was tolerably content with what he had collected hitherto, though he had experienced inconceivable difficulties in Germany; for not understanding a word of German, Latin, or French, he had been obliged to have recourse to his Greek, or Turkish, or lingua franca, which did not procure him much in the country he was travelling through. His proposal, therefore, to me, was that I should accompany him in the quality of secretary and interpreter. In spite of my violet colored coat, which accorded well enough with the proposed employment, he guessed from my meagre appearance that I should easily be gained, and he was not mistaken. The bargain was soon made. I demanded nothing, and he promised liberally. Thus, without any security or knowledge of the person I was about to serve, I gave myself up entirely to his conduct, and the next day behold me on an expedition to Jerusalem. End of Section 14. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 15 of Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 15. We began our expedition unsuccessfully by the canton of Fribourg. Episcopal dignity would not suffer him to play the beggar or solicit help from private individuals, but we presented his commission to the Senate, who gave him a trifling sum. From thence we went to Berne, where we lodged at the Falcon, then a good inn, and frequented by respectable company, the public table being well supplied and numerously attended. I had fared indifferently so long that I was glad to make myself amends, therefore took care to profit by the present occasion. My lord the archimandrite was himself an excellent companion, loved good cheer, was gay, spoke well for those who understood him, and knew perfectly well how to make the most of his Grecian erudition. One day, at dessert, while cracking nuts, he cut his finger pretty deeply, and as it bled, freely showed it to the company, saying with a laugh, "Mirate, signori, questo è sangue Pelasgo." At Berne I was not useless to him, nor was my performance so bad as I had feared. I certainly spoke better and with more confidence than I could have done for myself. Matters were not conducted here with the same simplicity as at Fribourg. Long and frequent conferences were necessary with the premiers of the state, and the examination of his titles was not the work of a day. At length, everything being adjusted, he was admitted to an audience by the Senate. I entered with him as interpreter, and was ordered to speak. I expected nothing less, for it never entered my mind that after such long and frequent conferences with the members, it was necessary to address the assembly collectively, as if nothing had been said. Judge my embarrassment. A man so bashful to speak not only in public, but before the whole of the Senate of Berne, to speak impromptu, without a single moment for recollection, it was enough to annihilate me. I was not even intimidated. I described distinctly and clearly the commission of the Archimandrite, extolled the piety of those princes who had contributed, and to heighten that of their excellencies by emulation, added that less could not be expected from their well-known munificence. Then, endeavoring to prove that this good work was equally interesting to all Christians, without distinction of sect, and concluded by promising the benediction of heaven to all those who took part in it. I will not say that my discourse was the cause of our success, but it was certainly well received, and on our quitting, the Archimandrite was gratified by a very genteel present, to which some very handsome compliments were added on the understanding of his secretary. These I had the agreeable office of interpreting, but could not take courage to render them literally. This was the only time in my life that I spoke in public, and before a sovereign, and the only time perhaps that I spoke boldly and well. What difference in the disposition of the same person! 3 years ago, having been to see my old friend Monsieur Roguin at Yverdon, I received a deputation to thank me for some books I had presented to the library of that city. The Swiss are great speakers. These gentlemen accordingly made me a long harangue, which I thought myself obliged in honor to answer, but so embarrassed myself in the attempt that my head became confused, I stopped short, and was laughed at. Though naturally timid, I have sometimes acted with confidence in my youth, but never in my advanced age. The more I have seen of the world, the less I have been able to adopt its manners. On leaving Berne, we went to Soleure, the Archimandrite designing to re enter Germany, and return through Hungary or Poland to his own country. This would have been a prodigious tour, but as the contents of his purse rather increased than diminished during his journey, he was in no haste to return. For me, who was almost as much pleased on horseback as on foot, I would have desired no better than to have travelled thus during my whole life, but it was preordained that my journey should soon end. The first thing we did after our arrival at Soleure was to pay our respects to the French ambassador there. Unfortunately for my bishop, this chanced to be the Marquis de Bonac, who had been ambassador at the Porte, and was acquainted with every particular relative to the Holy Sepulchre. The Archimandrite had an audience that lasted about a quarter of an hour, to which I was not admitted, as the ambassador spoke French and Italian at least as well as myself. On my Grecian's retiring, I was prepared to follow him, but was detained. It was now my turn. Having called myself a Parisian, as such I was under the jurisdiction of his Excellency. He therefore asked me who I was, exhorting me to tell the truth. This I promised to do, but entreated a private audience, which was immediately granted. The ambassador took me to his closet and shut the door. There, throwing myself at his feet, I kept my word, nor should I have said less had I promised nothing, for a continual wish to unbosom myself puts my heart perpetually upon my lips. After having disclosed myself without reserve to the musician Lutold, there was no occasion to attempt acting the mysterious with the Marquis de Bonac, who was so well pleased with my little history, and the ingenuousness with which I had related it, that he led me to the ambassadress, and presented me with an abridgment of my recital. Madame de Bonac received me kindly, saying I must not be suffered to follow that Greek monk. It was accordingly resolved that I should remain at their hotel till something better could be done for me. I wished to bid adieu to my poor Archimandrite, for whom I had conceived an attachment, but was not permitted. They sent him word that I was to be detained there, and in quarter of an hour after I saw my little bundle arrive. Monsieur de la Martiniere, secretary of the embassy, had in a manner the care of me. While following him to the chamber appropriated to my use, he said, "This apartment was occupied under the Count de Luc by a celebrated man of the same name as yourself. It is in your power to succeed him in every respect, and cause it to be said hereafter, Rousseau the first, Rousseau the second." This similarity, which I did not then expect, would have been less flattering to my wishes, could I have foreseen at what price I should one day purchase the distinction. What Monsieur de la Martiniere had said excited my curiosity. I read the works of the person whose chamber I occupied, and on the strength of the compliment that had been paid me, imagining I had a taste for poetry, made my first essay in a cantata in praise of Madame de Bonac. This inclination was not permanent, though from time to time I have composed tolerable verses. I think it is a good exercise to teach elegant turns of expression, and to write well in prose, but could never find attractions enough in French poetry to give entirely into it. Monsieur de la Martiniere wished to see my style, and asked me to write the detail I had before made the ambassador. Accordingly, I wrote him a long letter, which I have since been informed was preserved by Monsieur de Marianne, who had long been attached to the Marquis de Bonac, and has since succeeded Monsieur de la Martiniere as secretary to the embassy of Monsieur de Courtellies. The experience I began to acquire tended to moderate my romantic projects. For example, I did not fall in love with Madame de Bonac, but also felt I did not stand much chance of succeeding in the service of her husband. Monsieur de la Martiniere was already in the only place that could have satisfied my ambition, and Monsieur de Marianne in expectancy. Thus my utmost hopes could only aspire to the office of under secretary, which did not infinitely tempt me. This was the reason that when consulted on the situation I should like to be placed in, I expressed a great desire to go to Paris. The ambassador readily gave in to the idea, which at least tended to disembarrass him of me. Monsieur de Merveilleux, interpreting secretary to the embassy, said that his friend Monsieur Godard, a Swiss colonel in the service of France, wanted a person to be with his nephew, who had entered very young into the service, and made no doubt that I should suit him. On this idea, so lightly formed, my departure was determined, and I, who saw a long journey to perform, with Paris at the end of it, was enraptured with the project. They gave me several letters, 100 livres to defray the expenses of my journey, accompanied with some good advice, and thus equipped I departed. I was a fortnight making the journey, which I may reckon among the happiest days of my life. I was young, in perfect health, with plenty of money and the most brilliant hopes. Add to this, I was on foot and alone. It may appear strange I should mention the latter circumstance as advantageous, if my peculiarity of temper is not already familiar to the reader. I was continually occupied with a variety of pleasing chimeras, and never did the warmth of my imagination produce more magnificent ones. When offered an empty place in a carriage, or any person accosted me on the road, how vexed was I to see that fortune overthrown, whose edifice, while walking, I had taken such pains to rear. For once my ideas were all martial. I was going to live with a military man, nay, to become one, for it was concluded I should begin with being a cadet. I already fancied myself in regimentals, with a fine white feather nodding on my hat, and my heart was inflamed by the noble idea. I had some smattering of geometry and fortification. My uncle was an engineer. I was in a manner a soldier by inheritance. My short sight, indeed, presented some little obstacle, but did not by any means discourage me, as I reckoned to supply that defect by coolness and intrepidity. I had read, too, that Marshal Schomberg was remarkably short sighted, and why might not Marshal Rousseau be the same? My imagination was so warm by these follies, that it presented nothing but troops, ramparts, gabions, batteries, and myself in the midst of fire and smoke, an eyeglass in hand, commanding with the utmost tranquillity. Notwithstanding, when the country presented a delightful prospect, when I saw charming groves and rivulets, the pleasing sight made me sigh with regret, and feel, in the midst of all this glory, that my heart was not formed for such havoc. And soon, without knowing how, I found my thoughts wandering among my dear sheepfolds, renouncing forever the labor of Mars. End of Section 15. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 16 of Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, Volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 16. How much did Paris disappoint the idea I had formed of it! The exterior decorations I had seen at Turin, the beauty of the streets, the symmetry and regularity of the houses, contributed to this disappointment, since I concluded that Paris must be infinitely superior. I had figured to myself a splendid city, beautiful as large, of the most commanding aspect, whose streets were ranges of magnificent palaces, composed of marble and gold. On entering the Faubourg Saint-Marceau, I saw nothing but dirty, stinking streets, filthy black houses, an air of slovenliness and poverty, beggars, carters, butchers, cries of diet drink and old hats. This struck me so forcibly that all I have seen since of real magnificence in Paris could never erase this first impression, which has ever given me a particular disgust to residing in that capital. And I may say, the whole time I remained there afterwards was employed in seeking resources which might enable me to live at a distance from it. This is the consequence of too lively imagination, which exaggerates even beyond the voice of fame, and ever expects more than is told. I have heard Paris so flatteringly described, that I pictured it like the ancient Babylon, which perhaps, had I seen, I might have found equally faulty, and unlike that idea the account had conveyed. The same thing happened at the Opera House, to which I hastened the day after my arrival. I was sensible of the same deficiency at Versailles, and some time after on viewing the sea. I am convinced this would ever be the consequence of a too flattering description of any object, for it is impossible for man, and difficult even for nature herself, to surpass the riches of my imagination. By the reception I met with from all those to whom my letters were addressed, I thought my fortune was certainly made. The person who received me the least kindly was M. de Surbeck, to whom I had the warmest recommendation. He had retired from the service and lived philosophically at Bagneux, where I waited on him several times without his offering me even a glass of water. I was better received by Madame de Merveilleux, sister in law to the interpreter, and by his nephew, who was an officer in the guards. The mother and son not only received me kindly, but offered me the use of their table, which favor I frequently accepted during my stay at Paris. Madame de Merveilleux appeared to have been handsome. Her hair was of a fine black, which, according to the old mode, she wore curled on the temples. She still retained, what do not perish with a set of features, the beauties of an amiable mind. She appeared satisfied with mine, and did all she could to render me service. But no one seconded her endeavors, and I was presently undeceived in the great interest they had seemed to take in my affairs. I must, however, do the French nation the justice to say they do not so exhaust themselves with protestations as some have represented, and that those they make are usually sincere. But they have a manner of appearing interested in your affairs which is more deceiving than words. The gross compliments of the Swiss can only impose upon fools. The manners of the French are more seducing, and at the same time so simple that you are persuaded they do not express all they mean to do for you, in order that you may be the more agreeably surprised. I will say more, they are not false in their protestations, being naturally zealous to oblige, humane, benevolent, and even, whatever may be said to the contrary, more sincere than any other nation. But they are too flighty. In effect, they feel the sentiments they profess for you, but that sentiment flies off as instantaneously as it was formed. In speaking to you, their whole attention is employed on you alone. When absent, you are forgotten. Nothing is permanent in their hearts, all is the work of the moment. Thus I was greatly flattered, but received little service. Colonel Godard, for whose nephew I was recommended, proved to be an avaricious old wretch, who, on seeing my distress, though he was immensely rich, wished to have my services for nothing, meaning to place me with his nephew rather as a valet without wages than a tutor. He represented that as I was to be continually engaged with him, I should be excused from duty, and might live on my cadet's allowance, that is to say, on the pay of a soldier. Hardly would he consent to give me a uniform, thinking the clothing of the army might serve. Madame de Merveilleux, provoked at his proposals, persuaded me not to accept them. Her son was of the same opinion. Something else was to be thought on. But no situation was procured. Meantime I began to be necessitated, for the 100 livres with which I had commenced my journey could not last much longer. Happily, I received a small remittance from the ambassador, which was very serviceable, nor do I think he would have abandoned me had I possessed more patience. But languishing, waiting, soliciting, are to me impossible. I was disheartened, displeased, and thus all my brilliant expectations came once more to nothing. I had not all this time forgotten my dear Madame de Warrens, but how was I to find her? Where should I seek her? Madame de Merveilleux, who knew my story, assisted me in the search, but for a long time unavailingly. At length she informed me that Madame de Warrens had set out from Paris about 2 months before, but it was not known whether for Savoy or Turin, and that some conjectured she was gone to Switzerland. Nothing further was necessary to fix my determination to follow her, certain that wherever she might be, I stood more chance of finding her at those places than I could possibly do at Paris. Before my departure, I exercised my new poetical talent in an epistle to Colonel Godard, whom I ridiculed to the utmost of my abilities. I showed this scribble to Madame de Merveilleux, who, instead of discouraging me, as she ought to have done, laughed heartily at my sarcasms, as well as her son, who I believe did not like Monsieur Godard. Indeed, it must be confessed, he was a man not calculated to obtain affection. I was tempted to send him my verses, and they encouraged me in it. Accordingly, I made them up in a parcel directed to him, and there being no post then at Paris by which I could conveniently send this, I put it in my pocket and sent it to him from Auxerre as I passed through that place. I laugh even yet sometimes at the grimaces I fancy he made on reading this panegyric, where he was certainly drawn to the life. It began thus: Tu croyais, vieux peinard, qu'une folle manie d'élever ton neveu m'inspirerait l'envie. This little piece, which, it is true, was but indifferently written, did not want for salt, and announced a turn for satire. It is, notwithstanding, the only satirical writing that ever came from my pen. I have too little hatred in my heart to take advantage of such a talent. But I believe it may be judged from those controversies in which from time to time I have been engaged in my own defense, that had I been of a vindictive disposition, my adversaries would rarely have had the laughter on their side. What I most regret is not having kept a journal of my travels, being conscious that a number of interesting details have slipped my memory, for never did I exist so completely, never live so thoroughly, never was so much myself, if I dare use the expression, as in those journeys made on foot. Walking animates and enlivens my spirits. I can hardly think when in a state of inactivity. My body must be exercised to make my judgment active. The view of a fine country, a succession of agreeable prospects, a free air, a good appetite, and the health I gained by walking, the freedom of inns, and the distance from everything that can make me recollect the dependence of my situation, conspire to free my soul, and give boldness to my thoughts, throwing me, in a manner, into the immensity of beings, where I combine, choose, and appropriate them to my fancy, without constraint or fear. I dispose of all nature as I please, my heart wandering from object to object, approximates and unites with those that please it, is surrounded by charming images, and becomes intoxicated with delicious sensations. If, attempting to render these permanent, I am amused in describing to myself what glow of coloring, what energy of expression do I give them? It has been said that all these are to be found in my works, though written in the decline of life. Oh, had those of my early youth been seen, those made during my travels, composed but never written, why did I not write them, will be asked. And why should I have written them, I may answer. Why deprive myself of the actual charm of my enjoyments, to inform others what I enjoyed? What to me were readers, the public, or all the world, while I was mounting the empyrean? Besides, did I carry pens, paper, and ink with me? Had I recollected all these, not a thought would have occurred worth preserving. I do not foresee when I shall have ideas; they come when they please, and not when I call for them. Either they avoid me altogether, or rushing in crowds, overwhelm me with their force and number. 10 volumes a day would not suffice barely to enumerate my thoughts. How then should I find time to write them? In stopping, I thought of nothing but a hearty dinner; on departing, of nothing but a charming walk. I felt that a new paradise awaited me at the door, and eagerly leaped forward to enjoy it. Never did I experience this so feelingly as in the perambulation I am now describing. On coming to Paris, I had confined myself to ideas which related to the situation I expected to occupy there. I had rushed into the career I was about to run, and should have completed it with tolerable eclat, but it was not that my heart adhered to. Some real beings obscured my imagined ones. Colonel Godard and his nephew could not keep pace with a hero of my disposition. Thank Heaven, I was soon delivered from all these obstacles, and could enter at pleasure into the wilderness of chimeras, for that alone remained before me, and I wandered in it so completely that I several times lost my way. But this was no misfortune, I would not have shortened it, for feeling with regret, as I approached Lyons, that I must again return to the material world, I should have been glad never to have arrived there. End of section 16. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 17 of Confessions, volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 17. One day, among others, having purposely gone out of my way to take a nearer view of a spot that appeared delightful, I was so charmed with it, and wandered round it so often, that at length I completely lost myself, and after several hours' useless walking, weary, fainting with hunger and thirst, I entered a peasant's hut, which had not indeed a very promising appearance, but was the only one I could discover near me. I thought it was here, as at Geneva or in Switzerland, where the inhabitants, living at ease, have it in their power to exercise hospitality. I entreated the countryman to give me some dinner, offering to pay for it; on which he presented me with some skimmed milk and coarse barley bread, saying it was all he had. I drank the milk with pleasure, and ate the bread, chaff and all. But it was not very restorative to a man sinking with fatigue. The countryman, who watched me narrowly, judged the truth of my story by my appetite, and presently, after having said that he plainly saw I was an honest, good natured young man, and did not come to betray him, opened a little trap door by the side of his kitchen, went down, and returned a moment after with a good brown loaf of pure wheat, the remains of a well flavored ham, and a bottle of wine, the sight of which rejoiced my heart more than all the rest. He then prepared a good thick omelette, and I made such a dinner as none but a walking traveller ever enjoyed. When I again offered to pay, his inquietude and fears returned. He not only would have no money, but refused it with the most evident emotion. And what made this scene more amusing, I could not imagine the motive of his fear. At length he pronounced tremblingly those terrible words, commissioners and cellar rats, which he explained by giving me to understand that he concealed his wine because of the excise, and his bread on account of the tax imposed on it, adding, he should be an undone man if it was suspected he was not almost perishing with want. What he said to me on this subject, of which I had not the smallest idea, made an impression on my mind that can never be effaced, sowing seeds of that inextinguishable hatred which has since grown up in my heart against the vexations these unhappy people suffer, and against their oppressors. This man, though in easy circumstances, dare not eat the bread gained by the sweat of his brow, and could only escape destruction by exhibiting an outward appearance of misery. I left his cottage with as much indignation as concern, deploring the fate of those beautiful countries where nature has been prodigal of her gifts, only that they may become the prey of barbarous exactors. The incident which I have just related is the only one I have a distinct remembrance of during this journey. I recollect, indeed, that on approaching Lyons, I wished to prolong it by going to see the banks of the Lignon; for among the romances I had read with my father, L'Astrée was not forgotten, and returned more frequently to my thoughts than any other. Stopping for some refreshment, while chatting with my hostess, I inquired the way to Forez, and was informed that country was an excellent place for mechanics, as there were many forges and much iron work done there. This eulogium instantly calmed my romantic curiosity, for I felt no inclination to seek Dianas and Sylvanders among a generation of blacksmiths. The good woman who encouraged me with this piece of information certainly thought I was a journeyman locksmith. I had some view in going to Lyons. On my arrival, I went to the Chassat to see Mademoiselle du Chatelet, a friend of Madam de Warrens, for whom I had brought a letter when I came there with Monsieur le Maitre, so that it was an acquaintance already formed. Mademoiselle du Chatelet informed me her friend had passed through Lyons, but could not tell whether she had gone on to Piedmont, being uncertain at her departure whether it would not be necessary to stop in Savoy, but if I chose, she would immediately write for information, and thought my best plan would be to remain at Lyons till she received it. I accepted this offer, but did not tell Mademoiselle du Chatelet how much I was pressed for an answer, and that my exhausted purse would not permit me to wait long. It was not an appearance of coolness that withheld me; on the contrary, I was very kindly received, treated on the footing of equality, and this took from me the resolution of explaining my circumstances, for I could not bear to descend from a companion to a miserable beggar. I seem to have retained a very connecting remembrance of that part of my life contained in this book, yet I think I remember about the same period another journey to Lyons, the particulars of which I cannot recollect, where I found myself much straitened, and a confused remembrance of the extremities to which I was reduced does not contribute to recall the idea agreeably. Had I been like many others, had I possessed the talent of borrowing and running in debt at every alehouse I came to, I might have fared better; but in that my incapacity equaled my repugnance, and to demonstrate the prevalence of both, it will be sufficient to say, that though I have passed almost my whole life in indifferent circumstances, and frequently have been near wanting bread, I was never once asked for money by a creditor without having it in my power to pay it instantly. I could never bear to contract clamorous debts, and have ever preferred suffering to owing. Being reduced to pass my nights in the streets may certainly be called suffering, and this was several times the case at Lyons, having preferred buying bread with the few pence I had remaining to bestowing them on a lodging, as I was convinced there was less danger of dying for want of sleep than of hunger. What is astonishing, while in this unhappy situation, I took no care for the future, was neither uneasy nor melancholy, but patiently waited an answer to Mademoiselle du Chatelet's letter, and lying in the open air, stretched on the earth or on a bench, slept as soundly as if reposing on a bed of roses. I remember particularly to have passed a most delightful night at some distance from the city, in a road which had the Rhone or Saône, I cannot recollect which, on the one side, and a range of raised gardens with terraces on the other. It had been a very hot day, the evening was delightful, the dew moistened the fading grass, no wind was stirring, the air was fresh without chillness. The setting sun had tinged the clouds with a beautiful crimson, which was again reflected by the water, and the trees that bordered the terrace were filled with nightingales, who were continually answering each other's songs. I walked along in a kind of ecstasy, giving up my heart and senses to the enjoyment of so many delights, and sighing only from a regret of enjoying them alone. Absorbed in this pleasing reverie, I lengthened my walk till it grew very late, without perceiving I was tired. At length, however, I discovered it, and threw myself on the step of a kind of niche or false door in the terrace wall. How charming was the couch! The trees formed a stately canopy, a nightingale sat directly over me, and with his soft notes lulled me to rest. How pleasing my repose! My awaking more so. On opening my eyes, I saw the water, the verdure, and the admirable landscape before me. I arose, shook off the remains of drowsiness, and finding I was hungry, retook the way to the city, resolving with inexpressible gaiety to spend the 2 pieces of 6 francs I had yet remaining in a good breakfast. I found myself so cheerful that I went all the way singing. I even remember I sang a cantata of Battistin's called the Baths of Thomery, which I knew by heart. May a blessing light on the good Battistin and his good cantata, which procured me a better breakfast than I had expected, and a still better dinner, which I did not expect at all. In the midst of my singing, I heard some one behind me, and turning round, perceived an Antonine, who followed after and seemed to listen with pleasure to my song. At length, accosting me, he asked if I understood music. I answered, a little, but in a manner to have it understood I knew a great deal, and as he continued questioning of me, related a part of my story. He asked me if I had ever copied music. I replied, often, which was true. I had learned most by copying. Well, continued he, come with me, I can employ you for a few days, during which time you shall want for nothing, provided you consent not to quit my room. I acquiesced very willingly and followed him. This Antonine was called Monsieur Rolichon. He loved music, understood it, and sang in some little concerts with his friends. Thus far all was innocent and right, but apparently this taste had become a furor, part of which he was obliged to conceal. He conducted me into a chamber where I found a great quantity of music. He gave me some to copy, particularly the cantata he had heard me singing, and which he was shortly to sing himself. I remained here 3 or 4 days, copying all the time I did not eat, for never in my life was I so hungry, or better fed. Monsieur Rolichon brought my provisions himself from the kitchen, and it appeared that these good priests lived well, at least if every one fared as I did. In my life I never took such pleasure in eating, and it must be owned this good cheer came very opportunely, for I was almost exhausted. I worked as heartily as I ate, which is saying a great deal. 'Tis true I was not as correct as diligent, for some days after, meeting Monsieur Rolichon in the street, he informed me there were so many omissions, repetitions, and transpositions in the parts I had copied, that they could not be performed. It must be owned that in choosing the profession of music, I hit on that I was least calculated for. Yet my voice was good, and I copied neatly. But the fatigue of long works bewilders me so much that I spend more time in altering and scratching out than in pricking down, and if I do not employ the strictest attention in comparing the several parts, they are sure to fail in the execution. Thus, through endeavoring to do well, my performance was very faulty, for aiming at expedition, I did all amiss. This did not prevent Monsieur Rolichon from treating me well to the last, and giving me half a crown at my departure, which I certainly did not deserve, and which completely set me up. For a few days after, I received news from Madame de Warrens, who was at Chambéry, with money to defray the expenses of my journey to her, which I performed with rapture. Since then my finances have frequently been very low, but never at such an ebb as to reduce me to fasting, and I mark this period, with a heart fully alive to the bounty of Providence, as the last of my life in which I sustained poverty and hunger. End of section 17. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 18 of Confessions, volumes 3 and 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confessions, volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Anonymously translated. Section 18. I remained at Lyons 7 or 8 days to wait for some little commissions with which Madame de Warrens had charged Mademoiselle du Châtelet, who during this interval I visited more assiduously than before, having the pleasure of talking with her of her friend, and being no longer disturbed by the cruel remembrance of my situation, or painful endeavors to conceal it. Mademoiselle du Châtelet was neither young nor handsome, but did not want for elegance. She was easy and obliging, while her understanding gave price to her familiarity. She had a taste for that kind of moral observation which leads to the knowledge of mankind, and from her originated that study in myself. She was fond of the works of Le Sage, particularly Gil Blas, which she lent me, and recommended to my perusal. I read this performance with pleasure, but my judgment was not yet ripe enough to relish that sort of reading. I liked romances which abounded with high flown sentiments. Thus did I pass my time at the grate of Mademoiselle du Châtelet, with as much profit as pleasure. It is certain that the interesting and sensible conversation of a deserving woman is more proper to form the understanding of a young man than all the pedantic philosophy of books. I got acquainted at the Chassat with some other boarders and their friends, and among the rest with a young person of 14, called Mademoiselle Serre, whom I did not much notice at that time, though I was in love with her 8 or 9 years afterwards, and with great reason, for she was a most charming girl. I was fully occupied with the idea of seeing Madame de Warrens, and this gave some respite to my chimeras, for finding happiness in real objects, I was the less inclined to seek it in non-entities. I had not only found her, but also by her means, and near her, an agreeable situation, she having sent me word that she had procured one that would suit me, and by which I should not be obliged to quit her. I exhausted all my conjectures in guessing what this occupation could be, but I must have possessed the art of divination to have hit it on the right. I had money sufficient to make my journey agreeable. Mademoiselle du Châtelet persuaded me to hire a horse, but this I could not consent to, and I was certainly right, for by so doing I should have lost the pleasure of the last pedestrian expedition I ever made, for I cannot give that name to those excursions I have frequently taken about my own neighborhood while I lived at Moutier. It is very singular that my imagination never rises so high as when my situation is least agreeable or cheerful. When everything smiles around me, I am least amused. My heart cannot confine itself to realities, cannot embellish, but must create. Real objects strike me as they really are, My imagination can only decorate ideal ones. If I would paint the spring, it must be in winter. If I describe a beautiful landscape, it must be while surrounded with walls. And I have said 100 times that were I confined in the Bastille, I could draw the most enchanting picture of liberty. On my departure from Lyons, I saw nothing but an agreeable future. The content I now with reason enjoyed was as great as my discontent had been at leaving Paris. Notwithstanding, I had not during this journey any of those delightful reveries I then enjoyed. My mind was serene, and that was all. I drew near the excellent friend I was going to see, my heart overflowing with tenderness, enjoying in advance, but without intoxication, the pleasure of living near her. I had always expected this, and it was as if nothing new had happened. Meantime, I was anxious about the employment Madam de Warrens had procured me, as if that alone had been material. My ideas were calm and peaceable, not ravishing and celestial. Every object struck my sight in its natural form. I observed the surrounding landscape, remarked the trees, the houses, the springs, deliberated on the crossroads, was fearful of losing myself, yet did not do so. In a word, I was no longer in the empyrean, but precisely where I found myself, or sometimes, perhaps, at the end of my journey, never farther. I am, in recounting my travels, as I was in making them, loath to arrive at the conclusion. My heart beat with joy as I approached my dear Madam de Warrens, but I went no faster on that account. I love to walk at my ease and stop at leisure. A strolling life is necessary to me. Travelling on foot in a fine country, with fine weather, and having an agreeable object to terminate my journey, is the manner of living of all others most suited to my taste. It is already understood what I mean by a fine country. Never can a flat one, though ever so beautiful, appear such in my eyes. I must have torrents, fir trees, black woods, mountains to climb or descend, and rugged roads with precipices on either side to alarm me. I experienced this pleasure in its utmost extent as I approached Chambéry, not far from a mountain which is called Pas de l'Echelle. Above the main road, which is hewn through the rock, a small river runs and rushes into fearful chasms, which it appears to have been millions of ages in forming. The road has been hedged by a parapet to prevent accidents, which enabled me to contemplate the whole descent and gain vertigos at pleasure; for a great part of my amusement in these steep rocks is they cause a giddiness and swimming in my head, which I am particularly fond of, provided I am in safety. Leaning therefore over the parapet, I remained whole hours catching from time to time a glance of the froth and blue water, whose rushing caught my ear, mingled with the cries of ravens and other birds of prey that flew from rock to rock and bush to bush at 600 feet below me. In places where the slope was tolerably regular, and clear enough from bushes to let stones roll freely, I went a considerable way to gather them, bringing those I could but just carry, which I piled on the parapet and then threw down, one after the other, being transported at seeing them roll, rebound, and fly into 1,000 pieces, before they reached the bottom of the precipice. Near Chambéry I enjoyed an equally pleasing spectacle, though of a different kind. The road passing near the foot of the most charming cascade I ever saw. The water, which is very rapid, shoots from the top of an excessively steep mountain, falling at such a distance from its base that you may walk between the cascade and the rock without any inconvenience; but if not particularly careful, it is easy to be deceived as I was, for the water, falling from such an immense height, separates and descends in a rain as fine as dust, and on approaching too near this cloud, without perceiving it, you may be wet through in an instant. At length I arrived at Madame de Warrens. She was not alone, the Intendant General was with her. Without speaking a word to me, she caught my hand, and presenting me to him with that natural grace which charmed all hearts, said: "This, sir, is the poor young man I mentioned. Deign to protect him as long as he deserves it, and I shall feel no concern for the remainder of his life." Then added, addressing herself to me: "Child, you now belong to the King. Thank Monsieur the Intendant, who furnishes you with the means of existence." I stared without answering, without knowing what to think of all this. Rising ambition almost turned my head. I was already prepared to act the intendant myself. My fortune, however, was not so brilliant as I had imagined, but it was sufficient to maintain me, which, as I was situated, was a capital acquisition. I shall now explain the nature of my employment. King Victor Amadais, judging from the event of preceding wars, and the situation of the ancient patrimony of his fathers, that he should no longer be able to maintain it, wished to drain it beforehand. Resolving therefore to tax the nobility, he ordered a general survey of the whole country, in order that it might be rendered more equal and productive. This scheme, which was begun under the father, was completed by the son. 200 or 300 men, part surveyors, who were called geometricians, and part writers, who were called secretaries, were employed in this work. Among those of the latter description, Madame de Warrens had got me appointed. This post, without being very lucrative, furnished the means of living eligibly in that country. The misfortune was, this employment could not be of any great duration, but it put me in train to procure something better, as by this means she hoped to insure the particular protection of the intendant, who might find me some more settled occupation before this was concluded. I entered on my new employment a few days after my arrival, and as there was no great difficulty in the business, soon understood it. Thus, after 4 or 5 years of unsettled life, folly, and suffering, since my departure from Geneva, I began for the first time to gain my bread with credit. These long details of my early youth must have appeared trifling, and I am sorry for it. Though born a man, in a variety of instances I was long a child, and am so yet in many particulars. I did not promise the public a great personage. I promised to describe myself as I am. And to know me in my advanced age, it was necessary to have known me in my youth. As in general, objects that are present make less impression on me than the bare remembrance of them, my ideas being all from recollection, the first traits which were engraven on my mind have distinctly remained. Those which have since been imprinted there have rather combined with the former than effaced them. There is a certain yet varied succession of affections and ideas which continue to regulate those that follow them, and this progression must be known in order to judge rightly of those they have influenced. I have studied to develop the first causes, the better to show the concatenation of effects. I would be able by some means to render my soul transparent to the eyes of the reader, and for this purpose endeavor to show it in every possible point of view, to give him every insight, and act in such a manner that not a motion should escape him, as by this means he may form a judgment of the principles that produce them. Did I take upon myself to decide and say to the reader, "Such is my character," he might think that if I did not endeavor to deceive him, I at least deceived myself. But in recounting simply all that has happened to me, all my actions, thoughts, and feelings, I cannot lead him into an error, unless I do it wilfully, which by this means I could not easily effect, since it is his province to compare the elements and judge of the being they compose. Thus the result must be his work, and if he is then deceived, the error will be his own. It is not sufficient for this purpose that my recitals should be merely faithful, they must also be minute. It is not for me to judge of the importance of facts, I ought to declare them simply as they are, and leave the estimate that is to be formed of them to him. I have adhered to this principle hitherto with the most scrupulous exactitude, and shall not depart from it in the continuation. But the impressions of age are less lively than those of youth. I began by delineating the latter. Should I recollect the rest with the same precision, the reader may perhaps become weary and impatient, but I shall not be dissatisfied with my labor. I have but one thing to apprehend in this undertaking. I do not dread saying too much, or advancing falsities, but I am fearful of not saying enough, or concealing truths. End of section 18. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. End of Confessions, volumes 3 and 4, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anonymously translated.